Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of MERN Stack. In today's video, we are going to learn how to make a user authentication system using MERN Stack. This authentication project will cover all the essential features you would expect in modern web applications, including user registration, user login, logout functionality, email verification, and a password reset feature using a secure 6-digit OTP sent directly to the user's email. Before we get started, let's take a quick look at the project we will be building in this video. In this project, we will create this web app where you can see the logo and login button. And here we have the welcome message, and here we have the text called Hey Developer. If I click on this login button, it will open this sign up form. And if I click on this link, it will open this login form. So let's create an account. So just click on this sign up link and enter the name, email ID and password. After adding name, email and password, just click on sign up button. So now our account has been created and we will receive a welcome email on our email ID. And here you can see the text, Hey MERN Stack, because we have added the name MERN Stack. After that, you can see this small circular icon in the right side, and this icon includes the first letter of our name, that is G. If I hover on this one, here we have two options, verify email and logout. Let me click on verify email. Now we have this notification, verification OTP sent on email. So let's check our email. So here we have received an email where you can see a 6-digit OTP. So just copy this code and come back to the project, and here we will paste the OTP. Click on verify email. Now you can see the message, email verified successfully. And now if I hover on this icon, here we have the logout option. Now let me click on logout. So now we are logged out, and again you can see the message, Hey Developer. So when we are logged in, here it will display the name. Now let me click on this login button and click on this forgot password. So it will open a form where you can enter the email ID to reset your password. So let's add the email ID here. Click on submit button. Now you can see the message OTP sent to your email. So let's check the email again. So here we have received a password reset OTP. So just copy this OTP and come back. Paste this OTP here and click on submit button. Now we can enter a new password. So let me add a new password here. Click on submit. Now you can see the notification, password has been reset successfully. So this is how we can reset our password. Now let me log in with the new password. Click on login button. Now we are successfully logged in with new password. So we will create this complete authentication system using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js, and we will use JsonWebToken for secure authentication. So let's get started. Now I am at my desktop screen, and here we will create a project folder. So right click and create a new folder, and I will add the folder name MERN Auth. That means MERN Authentication. Now let's open this folder with VS Code. Now in the left sidebar you can see we have the MERN Auth folder. So in this folder we will create two other folders. So let me create the folder called client. And we will create another folder called server. So in this MERN Auth, let's create new folder, server. So in this one, we have created client folder and server folder. In this client folder, we will create the front end that user can see on the web browser. And in this server folder, we will create the backend where we will create the APIs. So first we will create the backend of our project. So in this server folder, we will create a new file. So right click on this server folder and select new file and write the file name server.js. So in this server folder we have created server.js file. After that, right click on the server folder and select open in integrated terminal. So it will open this terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at this server folder. So here we will add npm init. Then press enter. After that it is asking for the project name. So just press enter. Then keep on pressing enter. Here it is asking for entry point, that is server.js, because we have already created this file server.js. Simply press enter. Now in this left sidebar you can see we have one file called package.json. So this is the package.json file where you can see this test script, start script. So let me just remove this test script and save the changes. After that we have to add some packages in our backend project that we will use to create our backend. So in this terminal let's add npm install or I, and here we will install the express package. Then we will add cors. After that we will add .env. Then we will add node-mon. After that we will add JsonWebToken. Then we will install mongoose. Then we will install bcrypt, that is bcrypt.js, and after that we will install node mailer, and we will also install the cookie parser. So you can see the list of packages: express, cors, .env, node-mon, JsonWebToken, mongoose, bcrypt.js, node mailer, and cookie parser. We will use this express to create our app. Then we will use cors that will allow us to connect the backend with frontend. Then we will use the .env that will help us to store the environment variables in the backend. Here we are using node-mon that will help us to restart the backend whenever we will make any changes in the code file. And here we have this JsonWebToken. Using this we will create the token for authentication. After that we have this mongoose that will help us to connect with the MongoDB database, and then we are using bcrypt.js. Using this we will encrypt the password and save in the database. Then we have the node mailer, and this node mailer package will help us to send the emails. And then we are using cookie parser that will help us to send the cookies in the API response. So let's press enter to install all these packages. Now all packages has been installed. Right now in this package.json file, here we have this main server.js. So after that let's add a space, and here we will add type. And by default the type is common.js. So here we have to add module. So when we add this type module, then we can use the import export statement in our project. Let me hide this terminal, and here we will open server.js file, and here we will create the basic express app. So first we have to import express from express package. After that we will import cors. Then let's import the .env. So we will add import .env/config. Next we will import the cookie parser from cookie parser. Correct? After that we have to create one express app. So for that just add const app equal to express. So we have created the Express app. Now we need a port number where our app will be running. So here we will add const port equal to, we will add process.env .port. So if we have defined the port number in the environment variable, then that port number will be used, else it will run on 4000 port. After adding the port number, here we will add app.use, and in this one let's add express.json. So all the requests will be passed using JSON. After that we will add app.use, and in this one we will add cookie parser, and then we will add app.use, and here we will add course, and within this course we will add one object, and here let's add credentials true, so that we can send the cookies in the response from the Express app. So after adding this, let's add app.listen, and here we have to provide the port number. So we will add this port that we have added here, and after that let's add one function. We will add one arrow function, and here just add console log, so it will display the message in the terminal. So let's add the message. We will add it in backticks server started on port. Then we will add the port number using template literal. So just add $, curly braces, and provide port. So now whenever we will start the backend, then this app will be started and it will print this message in the terminal, that is server started on port 4000. Correct? So save the changes and let's open the terminal. So in this terminal we will add node server.js, press enter. So now you can see the message server started on port 4000, and if I open the web browser, here we will type localhost :4000. So you can see cannot get. So first we have to send one response. So let's open the VS Code, and here before starting this Express app, let's add app.get, and here we will add the path / and here we will add one function where we will add the request and response, and it will send the response, and in the response we will add the message API working. That's it. And now if I save the changes and come back to the web page, you can see still we are getting the same message cannot get. But if I come back, and we have to restart the backend. So here we will stop the backend using Ctrl+C and start the backend again using node server.js. So it will restart the backend, and if I come back, now you can see the message API working. Correct? Let me zoom in. Now you can see clearly this message. So as you can see, we have to restart the backend whenever we make any changes in the code file. So to solve this one, we will use the node-mon package. So we have already installed the node-mon package. So just add this node-mon in this package.json file. Let's open it. And here you can see the start a script. So just duplicate it. Here we will add comma. And here we will add server and here just add node mon like this. So now whenever we will add the command npm run server, which is this one, then it will execute this line, that is nodemon server.js. So instead of running this node server.js, it will run nodemon server.js, and whenever the project is started with nodemon server.js, then it will automatically restart the project whenever we will make any changes in the code file. So let's save the changes after adding this nodemon, and here we will stop this backend using Ctrl+C, then add npm run server, press enter. So now you can see the server has started, and here we have the message server started on port 4000. And if I come back to the web browser, refresh it, still we have this message API working. Now just come back and let's see what happens if I change this message. Here we will write API working fine. We have updated the message, then save the changes using Ctrl+S. That's it. So you can see it will automatically restart the backend, and you will see the updated message on this web page, API working fine, correct? Now let me change back. It will be API working, save the changes again, refresh it. You can see the message API working. So this is the use of this nodemon. Now let's hide this terminal. After creating this simple Express app, next we have to connect this Express app with the MongoDB database. For that, let's come back to the web browser, open a new tab and search for MongoDB Atlas. Open this website. Here you have to create an account. After creating the account on MongoDB Atlas, you will come to this page, and here you have to create a cluster. So just click on this button, create. Here you have to select the M0 free server, right? So select this third one, M0 free, and here you will see this option, cluster 0, keep it like this. Then you have to select the provider. You can select any of these cloud provider. I'll select Google Cloud, and here you can choose your nearest region, and after that just click on this create deployment button. Here you have to add one username and password. So let's add the username GreatStack, and in the password I'll add GreatStack123. Never use @ symbol in this password. Now just click on this create database user. Now click on close button. You can see the message, your cluster is being created. Just wait for it. After completing this process, let's click on this clusters inside this database. Now just click on this connect button. Here we will select Compass and select I have MongoDB Compass installed, and here you will get this MongoDB connection URI like this. So just copy this link, and we will use this link to connect with our MongoDB database. So just copy this one and close this tab. Now here you have option called network access. Just click here and you will find your current IP address here. So just delete it, and here just click on add IP address and click on allow access from anywhere. So it will add this 00 IP address. Now just click on confirm. So after adding this, you will be able to connect your database from any IP address. So just wait for this process to be completed. Here it says pending and it is loading. Now you can see the status is active. That's it. Now just come back to the VS Code, and here we have to store our MongoDB connection URI. So let's open this sidebar, and here in this server folder we will create a new file called .env. where we will store the environment variables. So in this one, let's add environment variable name, that is MongoDB URI. And within this code, just provide this a string that we have just copied from MongoDB Atlas website. And at the end, you can see we have this /. So just remove it. Now let's see this connection string again. It starts with MongoDB plus srv like this, and it ends with mongodb.net. Correct? And here we have the username that we have provided, and after that here we have to provide the password that we have entered while creating the user. So as you remember, we have added the password greatstack123, so we have to enter that password here. So let me add greatstack123. So this is the username colon password, then @ cluster name and other details, and it ends with mongodb.net. So this is the MongoDB connection URI like this. Save the changes, and after that let's come back to the server.js file, and let's open this sidebar, and here we will create one folder in this server folder. So right click and select new folder, and here we will add the folder name called config. In this config folder we will create a file. So right click and select new file and write the file name mongodb.js. So in this mongodb.js file we will add the function that will connect us with the MongoDB database. Right. So first let's add import mongoose from mongoose. After that we'll add the function. So just add const connect db equal to async function, and let's add the arrow function. In this function we will add await mongoose.connect, and in this one we have to provide the MongoDB connection URI that we have stored in the environment variable. So to access that we will use process.env dot and environment variable name, that is MongoDB URI. Just copy and paste it here. Correct? So in this one we have to add one database name that will be our project name. So here let's add backtick. We will add it in the backticks like this, and let's add it in the template literal. So just add curly braces, and before that we'll add $, right? And at the end of this curly braces, here we'll add / and the project name MERN auth like this. Now we'll add one event also, so that whenever we will be connected with the database, we will get the message in the console. So let's add mongoose.connection.on, and here we'll add the event name connected. So whenever we will be connected, then this function will be executed. And here we have to display one message. So let's add console log database connected. Correct? So we have created this function connect db. Next we have to export this function from this file. So just add export default and function name connect db, so that we can use this function in another file, that is connect db. Right? So save the changes, close this file, and now we will use this function in this server.js file. So in this server.js, after adding this port number, let's add this function, right? And before that we have to import this function from that file. So here let's add import connect db from, let's provide the path /config/mongodb Then provide the file name extension, that is .js. Like this. Save the changes. And if I open the terminal, so you can see in this terminal we are getting the message database connected, correct? So first we will get the message called server started on port 4000, and then we will get the message database connected. It means we have successfully connected our Express app with the MongoDB database. After connecting our Express app with the MongoDB database, next we have to store the user's data in the database. So to store the data in the MongoDB database, we have to create the models. So let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder we will create a new folder called models, and in this one we'll create a new file called usermodel.js, where we will create the user's model that will be stored in the database. So to create the user model, first we have to create the schema. So first let's add the import statement. We will import mongoose from mongoose, and after that, using this mongoose we will create the schema. So we will add const user schema equal to new mongoose.schema constructor. Now in this one we have to define the structure of our user data. So for every user we will store the name, email, password and some other fields. So first let's add name, and for this name we have to define the type. So we will add type. So the name type will be a string. Then we'll add the required property, and the required will be true. It means this name field is required to store any user in the database. Let's add comma and duplicate this line. So after name we will store the email, right? And this is also a string type and it is also required. And in this one we'll add one more property, that is unique, and the unique will be true. It means we cannot create multiple users with same email ID. The email ID should be unique. After that, duplicate this line. And here we'll add the third field, that is password. So the password field is also a string and it is also required. Required true. Now duplicate this line. So next we have to store the user verification or email verification OTP. So first let's add the field name, verify OTP. The type will be string, and here we will add the default value. So let's add default, and the default value will be empty string. Correct? So whenever a new user will be created, this verify OTP will be created and the default value will be empty string. After that, let's add the same line again, just duplicate it, and here we'll add verify OTP expired at. It means we'll add the expiry time of this verification OTP. So here we'll add the type, and the type will be number. Correct? And the default value will be 0. That's it. After that, we'll add another property, that is verified, that will define whether the user is verified or not. So let me just duplicate this line, and here we'll add the property name is verified, and here we'll add the type boolean because it can be either true or false. So the data type will be boolean. And the default value will be false, so that whenever the new user will be created and stored in the database, then by default it will be unverified. So we have added the default value false, and if the user account is verified, then the value will be true. After that, we have to store the reset OTP that will be used to reset the password. So here we will add a new property. So just duplicate this line. We will add reset OTP and the type will be string and the default value will be empty string, like this. And after that we have to add the expiry time or date for this reset OTP, correct? So here duplicate this line and here we will add the field name, reset OTP expired at, and the type will be number and the default value will be 0, correct? Now let's see this user schema again. So to create a user we need the email ID, name and password. These fields are required. Email should be unique, and after that these fields will be added with default values. So here the default value is empty string, 0, false, empty string and 0. So we don't have to provide this, it will be automatically added for any new user. We have to provide the name, email and password, that's it. So we have created the user schema, and using this user schema we will create the user model. So we will add const user model equal to mongoose dot model and write the model name user and provide the schema, that is user schema. So it will create a new model with the name user and using this schema where we can store these data, correct? So what will happen here, this line will try to create the user model again and again whenever we will run this code. So here we'll add the OR operator. We will add mongoose dot models. It will search for the models with the name user, right? OR operator. So it will search for this user model. If this user model is available, then this user model will be used here. If it is not available, then only it will create this user model using this user schema, right? So we have created the user model. Next we have to export this user model from this file. So just add export default and user model, that's it. Now we can use this user model in other files to store the user data in the MongoDB database. So to create the new user, we have to create a controller function, and using that controller function, we will create the API endpoint, right? So first we have to create the controller function. So let's open the sidebar, and here in this server folder, let's create a new folder called controllers. And in this controllers folder, we will create auth controller .js. So we have created one auth controller.js file. So in this one, we'll create different controller function like register, login, logout, verify account and password reset. So we'll create all these controller function, and using that controller function, we'll create the API endpoint, right? So first let's add one function, and we will export this function here. So just add export const, and the function name is register. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this parameter we will get request and response, correct? Now to create a new user, we need the email ID, name and password, and we will get these details from the request body, correct? So we'll add const name, email, password, and we will get it from request.body. So we will try to get the name, email and password from request body. After that we will check. So just add if statement, and here we will check if the name is not available. Then we will check if email is not available. Then we will check if password is not available. So if any of this data is not available, then it will return one response. So just add return. So it will stop the execution of this function, and here it will return this response using the JSON method, and it will return one object where we will add success false because user is not created. Any of these details are missing. That's why user is not created. So we are returning success false. Then we'll add one message in this response. So let's add the message missing details. Correct. Now suppose all three data is available, then it will further execute this code. So here we'll add the try catch statement or try catch block. So in this catch block, let's add response. Suppose any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add response.json, and here again add this success false in the object because user is not created, some error occurred, right? So here we'll add success false, and in the message we will add this error dot message, right? So we have added the code in this catch block. Now let's add the code in this try block that will try to create the user's account and store the user's data in the database. So you can see here we have already checked the name, email and password is available, right? So if it is available, then this try block will be executed. So after getting all these details, name, email and password, we have to store these data in the database, but we will not store the exact password. We have to encrypt this password, right? So here we will use the bcrypt package. So first we have to import it. So scroll up and here we'll add import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, right? And here we will import the JWT also using JsonWebToken, and using that we can generate a token for authentication. So we will add import statement JWT from JsonWebToken like this. Scroll down and in this try block, let's add const hashed password equal to await. We will use this bcrypt dot hash, and in this one we will provide the password that user has provided in the request, right? And after that we will provide any number between 5 to 15. So let's add 10. If we will increase the number, it will provide the high security, but it will take more time to encrypt the password. So this medium encryption is enough. So we have added 10. So it will generate a hashed password that we can store in the database. But before creating the hashed password, first we will check the existing user also. Suppose we have the email ID, right? So as we have added, the email ID should be unique. So before creating this hash password in this try block, let's add the if statement that will check the existing user with this email ID. So here we'll add const existing user is equal to await. Then we will use the user model, select it from the suggestion. So this user model has been imported, and here we have to provide the extension .js, user model.js, correct? So here we have added await user model, and in this user model we have to find the user. So just add user model dot find one and provide the email in curly braces like this. So if any user is available with this email ID, then that user will be added here in this variable, right? So if it is true, then the user already exists, right? So we'll add the if statement and write existing user, and we'll return one response. So Here we'll add the return response.json and provide this object where we'll add success false because user is not created, because user already exists, right? So success false, and in the message we are providing user already exists. And when there is no user with this email ID, then we will store the password. So first we have to encrypt the password. So we have encrypted the password using this bcrypt, right? After that we'll create the user for the database. So just add const user is equal to new user model. So using this user model, we will create a new user. And in this one, we have to provide 3 things. Let me come back to the model. You can see we have to provide the name, email, and password. That's it. And these details will be added by default because here we have some default values. Correct? So here, let's provide name that we are getting from the request body. Then we'll provide the email. We are getting this email from request body, and here we have to store the password also, right? So in this password field, we will store the hashed password, this one. So right, password : hashed password. So we have created a user using this user model, right? Next, we have to save this user in the database. So simply add await user.save. So new user will be saved in the user model. So now the user has been created and stored in the MongoDB database. Next, we have to generate one token for authentication, and we will send this token using the cookies, right? So first we have to generate the token. So here we will add this space and let's generate the token using JWT. So we will add const token equal to JWT dot sign. In this one, first we have to provide the user ID. So let's add curly braces. We will add one ID. We will create the token using one ID. So whenever a new user will be created in the MongoDB database, then in the MongoDB it generates one ID automatically, right? So we'll add the user dot underscore ID like this. So whenever a new user will be created in the MongoDB database, in that user collection, it will add one underscore ID property. So we are using that to store the ID in this token, right? So after that, we'll add the JWT secret key. We can create our JWT secret string. So let's open this environment variable, and here we'll add JWT underscore secret. And here you can write your own secret text. So let me add this secret text. Write your own text. You can add anything. And after that, let's just copy this environment variable name and come back to the auth controller. And here, after this ID user underscore ID, comma, we will add process.env dot and JWT secret that we have just stored in the environment variable, right? Now for this token, we will add the expiry date or time, right? So here we will add one object, and in this object we will add expires in. So this token will expire, right? So this token will be expired in 7 days, like this. So we have generated one token using the JsonWebToken, and we have generated this token using the user's ID, and we have provided the expiry time 7 days, right? Next, after generating this token, we have to send this token to users in the response, and in the response we will add the cookie. So using the cookie we will send this token, right? So here let's add response dot cookie, correct? And here first we have to add the name. So we'll add the name token and then we have to provide the value. So the value is this one. So in this name we have to provide this value token, correct? So we have added this cookie token and this value token, right? After that we have to add one object, and in this object we have to provide some properties. So first we will provide HTTP only and make it true. So only HTTP request can access this cookie, right? After that, let's add secure property. So whenever we will run this project on live server, then it will run on HTTPS, then it will be true. And when we are running this project on local environment or local development environment, then it will run on HTTP. It means not secure, so it will be false. So to make this a statement true or false, we will use the environment variable. So here let's add one environment variable. In this file we will add node env, that is node environment, and here let's store environment name called development. So right now we are in the development environment, right? It is not in the production. So we have added node environment development, and come back here, and here we will add secure, then process.env dot node env equal to, let's write production. So if this environment is production, then here we will get true. If the environment is not equal to production, here we will get false, right? So right now we have added development, so this will be false. So secure will be false for development environment and it will be true for production environment. Now we'll add same site. And here also we need the dynamic value, either a strict or none. So whenever we are working on local environment, then we can write a strict, because in the local development our backend will also run on localhost and frontend will also run on localhost. So it is the same environment, so we can write a strict. But whenever we are deploying this app on live server, then we can run the backend on another domain name, and if our frontend is running on another domain name and we have added a strict, then it will not work. So there we have to add same site none. So here we will add process.env dot node environment equal to production. So if the node environment is production, in that case what will happen? It will add none. We are using this ternary operator, right? And we'll add colon, then write a strict. It means when we are in the development environment, the same site will be a strict. After that we have to add the max age for this cookie. This cookie should expire in 7 days and we have to add the expiry time in milliseconds. So let's add 7 day and convert it in hours. So we will multiply by 24. Here we will add this asterisk for multiply. Then we have to multiply it with 60 to convert it in minutes. Then again multiply it with 60, convert it in seconds, and multiply it with 1000 to convert it in milliseconds. So here we have added 7 days expiry time for this cookie. So till now we have stored the user in the database, then we have generated one token and we have added this token in the cookie. So now we have created the user registration controller function. Next, we will create the controller function for user login. So here, let's add export const login. It will be asynchronous addo function. Here also we will add request and response. Now in this user creation, you can see we are getting name, email and password from request body, right? But in this case, we will only get the email and password, right? The name is not required. We need the email and password for user login. So we will get it from request body, right? After that, we will validate the email and password. So we'll add if statement, and here we'll add not of email or not of password. If any of this email and password is missing, then we'll return the response. So just add return response.json, and we will return one object where we will add success false, right? Because user is not logged in. Success false, and then we will add the message. And in the message, we will type email and password are required, because either email and password is missing. That's why it is returning this response success false, and the message is email and password are required. Suppose we have the email and password, right? Then we'll add the try catch statement. So in this catch block, let's add the return statement that will return one response whenever any error occurs in the try block. So we'll add a return response success false, and in the message we will add error.message. Now we will add the code in this try block. So here let's add const user equal to await. So we have to find the user using this email ID that we are getting from the request body. So we'll add user is equal to await, and let's add user model dot find one and provide the email ID like this. So if the user is available, then we will get the user here. So here just add the if statement. If this user is not available, it means we could not find any user from this email ID. Then we will add the if statement not of user. Then what will happen? It will return one response. So just add return response, and here we'll add the success false, right? Because the user does not exist in this database using this email ID, right? That's why success false, and in the message we will add invalid email. Suppose this user exists in the database from this email ID, then we will check for the password. So here let's add if statement, and before this if, first we have to get the password. So we'll add const is match equal to await. We will compare both password, the password that user has provided and the password that is stored in the MongoDB database. We will add is match is equal to await bcrypt dot compare, right? So it will compare both password that we are getting from the request body and the another password that is saved in the database. So we will add user dot password from this user, right? So if these passwords are matching, then this is match will be true, right? And if it is false, it means the password is not matching, correct? So here let's add the if statement where we'll add not of is match. It means if the password is not matching, then we will return one response. So just copy this statement, paste it here. We will add response .json success false, and here we will add the message invalid password like this. Suppose the password is matching, then it will execute the next line. So here we have to generate one token because the email ID already exists in the database, so user already exists and the password is correct. Then we have to create one token, and using this token user will be authenticated and logged in the website. So to generate the token we will use the same line. Here we have this line, this one. Let me copy this cookie also. So just copy this one, scroll down and paste it here. So we have added const token is equal to JWT sign, and to create the token we will use the ID, that is the user's ID, right? And then we are using this secret text stored in the environment variable, and here we have the expiry time 7 days. So we have generated the token, and after that we will send this token in the response. So we'll add response dot cookie, and we will send the cookie name token and the value. Then we will add these property where we will add HTTP only true, secure, same site, then max age for this cookie, right? And after that we will return one response. So let's write return response.json, and here we will add success true because user is successfully logged in. So we have created the controller function for user login, and let me just copy this statement from here and we will paste it in the user registration function. So after sending this response we will add this response.json. So in the response we have added this cookie, and then we are returning the response using response.json, and here we have added success true in this user registration function, right? And after that we have created this user login function. Here also you can see in the response we are adding this cookie, and in the cookie we have added token. Then we are returning the response using JSON where we have added success true. It means the user is successfully logged in. So after login we have to create the logout controller function, right? So for that, here let's add export const, and we'll add the function name logout. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and in this one also we'll add request and response, correct? Here we will add the try catch statement, and in the catch block we will add this return statement, return response success false, and message will be error.message. And in this try block just we have to clear the cookie from the response. So just add response dot clear cookie. Then we have to provide the cookie name, that is token. Then we'll add other properties. So in this one we will add this one that we have added here. Just copy it and paste it here. So we have provided HTTP only true, secure, and same site, these things. So from this response we are removing this token using this clear cookie, right? And after that we have to return the response. So we'll add return and response.json, and here we'll add the object where we'll add the success true, and the message will be logged out, correct? Because we have removed this token from the cookie, then user will be logged out, and here we are sending the response success true, message is logged out. So now we have created the controller function for user registration, user login, and user logout. right? So after that, we have to create the API endpoint using this controller function. For that, we will create routes. So let's open this sidebar, and here you can see we have this server folder. So right click on this, select new folder and write the folder name routes. In this routes folder, we'll create the file called auth_routes.js. That means authentication routes. auth_routes.js. Now in this one, we have to create one router using the express router, correct? So first we will add import statement. We will import express from express. After that, we will add const and we will create one router with the name auth router equal to express dot router. So we have created one new router, right? And in this router, we will add different endpoint. So we'll add auth router, and here we will add the post method because we have to send the data on this route. So the first route will be user registration. So let's add the path /register like this. And here we have to add the controller function. It means whenever we will hit this API endpoint, then it will execute the register controller function. So here just add register, select it from this suggestion. So you can see register function has been imported from this controller folder, auth controller, then provide .js, write the file name extension also like this. So we have added the register controller function in this route, correct? That is the user registration route. Now just duplicate it. Here we'll add the second route, that is login. It is also post, and here we'll add the control function login. So you can see login has been imported from this auth controller.js. After that, we'll add the endpoint for logout, right? So here we will add /logout and controller function logout. So this controller function has been added here. So we have created 3 endpoint in this auth router, right? Next, we have to add this auth router in server.js file. So let's open server.js, and here you can see we have added the home path, that is the get method, right? So this is the first API endpoint. So here let's add the comment API endpoints. So here let's add app.use, and here we will add the path, that is /API/auth, correct? And at this one we will add the router that we have just created, that is auth router. This auth router is not coming, so first we have to import it. So let's scroll up, and here we will add import auth router from routes auth_routes.js. Now we can use it here in this endpoint, correct? So you can see first we have added /API/auth like this, and after that we have added auth router. So just come to this auth_router.js. So the actual endpoint will be /API/auth/register. Then second one will be /API/auth/login. Then the next one will be /API/auth/logout like that. And whenever we will hit this logout, it will call the logout controller function, whenever we will hit this login API, then it will call this login controller function. Whenever we will hit the register API endpoint, then it will execute the register controller function that is defined here in this one. So after creating this 3 login, register and logout API, let's test these APIs using Postman. To test these API, let's open the web browser, open new tab and search for Postman. Click on this download Postman and download this application on your computer and simply install it. After that, you will come to this application, that is Postman, and here you will get this interface. Let me close this sidebar, and here we have this plus icon. Just click here and here we can paste the API endpoint. So first we will test the user registration API. So just come back to the VS Code. You can see here we have the router, and in this one we have added the endpoint register, right? And the remaining path is here, that is /API/auth, and the server is running on localhost port 4000, right? So we will add the complete API endpoint in this field. So just add localhost. We will start with http://localhost:/API/auth/register. So we have added the complete API endpoint, and here we will select the post method, because you can see in this router we have added the post method for creating this register endpoint, right? After that, we'll come to this body, and here in this body we'll click on this raw, and here we have to provide the email ID, name and password. So let's add one object. Here we will add name, and in this name we will add great stack. Let's add comma. Then we will add the second property, that is email. So we'll add email, and in the email we will add test@test.com. We will add it in double quote. Then we will add the password, and in the password let's add 1 2 3 4 5 6. So we have added name, email and password in this body, and we have provided this API endpoint and this post method. Now just click on the send button. So here we are getting some error. So let me just come back to the VS Code, and we will open the terminal. Here you can see the message, authroutes.js does not provide an export named default. So let's just come back. Here we have to export this auth router, right? We have missed this. So in this one, at the end, we will add export default this auth router. Save the changes, so it will automatically restart our backend. So you can see server started on port 4000, database connected. Now just come back and click on the send button again. We have already filled this name, email and password. Click on send button. Now you can see a status 200 OK, and you can see the response success true, correct? So here we have the response success true. It means the user account has been created. Now you can see the cookie option here. Just click here, and in this cookie you can see we have a cookie name token, right? You can see the name token here, and here we have the token value, right? And then we have the expiry date and time. You can see the expiry time here, and HTTP true that we have added, and secured false because we have added secure false on development environment, and for the production environment it will be true. So you can see we are getting the token in cookie and the account has been created. Let's verify this account from the database. So just come back, come to this MongoDB Atlas, click on this clusters, click on browse collections, and in this one we have this database called MERN Auth, and in this one we have this users, right? So in this users you can see we have one entry with the name GreatStack, then we have the email ID test@test.com, then we have the encrypted password, right? And after that we have added these fields with default value. So the default value for verify OTP is empty string, then 0, false, empty string, 0. And you can see by default it is adding one property called _ID, and we have used this property _ID to generate a token, and we have added the token in the cookie. So user registration API is successfully working, right? Now let's test the user login API. Just come back and open this Postman, and here let me change this URL. Instead of this register we will add login like this, and in the login we have to provide email and password. We don't have to provide the name, so remove it. And here we have added the email and password. Let me add the incorrect email. We will add test1@test.com and click on this send button. So we have added incorrect email, that's why in this response we are getting success false and the message is invalid email, right? Now let me just correct this email and we will add the incorrect password. So we have added 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and click on the send button. Now you can see the response success false and the message is invalid password, right? Now let me just correct the password. So now we are providing the correct email ID and password and click on this send button. Now you can see the response success true, right? It means we are successfully logged in. And if I go to this cookie tab, so in this one you can see we have a token and this is the token value and this is the expiry time. So it is adding the token in the response cookie and we are getting the success true. It means the login API is also working. Now let's add the API endpoint, that is logout. Like this. Click on send button. Now you can see the message success true, message logged out. So now we are successfully logged out. And if I go to cookies, we don't have anything in this cookies, because when we log out from the application, then it will remove the cookie, right? So our login, registration and logout API is successfully working. Next, we have to add the email functionality so that whenever a new user account will be created, the user will receive a welcome email, right? For that, we need to configure the node mailer that will allow us to send the email. So just minimize it and we will come back to the web browser and here just search for node mailer. Open this one. Here you can see one example. First we have to import the node mailer, right? And after that we have to create one transporter using this node mailer.create transporter, and in this one we have to add the host name, that is the SMTP host name, right? Then we have to add the SMTP port number. Then we have to add the secure false, or it will be true for port number this one, right? Then we have to add the SMTP authentication. It means the SMTP username and SMTP password. So to send an email, we need to create one SMTP account from where we will get the SMTP host, port, and authentication details like username and password. So after creating this transporter, we can send the email. So here we are using this transporter.sendMail, and in this one we have to provide from, that will be the sender's email, then to, that will be the receiver email, then we will add the email subject and email text, right? And instead of sending this text, we can send the HTML also. So here we can add the HTML. So in this HTML we can send the email templates also, right? So we will use these features to send the email. So as you can see in this project, here we have the package.json file, and in this one here we have dependencies. So in this one you can see we have this node mailer because we have already installed this node mailer package while creating the backend project, right? So we have to just configure the node mailer. For that, in this config folder we will create a new file called nodemailer.js. Now in this one, let's add import, and we will import the node mailer from node mailer. After that we will create the transporter. So just add const transporter is equal to node mailer dot create transporter, and in this object we have to add the SMTP host, port, and authentication details, that is SMTP username and password. And after that we will export this transporter, export default, and write this transporter, right? Next we need the SMTP details to send the email. You can use any SMTP provider, and you can provide the SMTP host name and credentials in this object. You can use the Google SMTP also, but for my project I'm going to use Bravo SMTP. So let's add Bravo login. Here we'll add the email ID and password, or we can simply use the Google sign-in. So just click here, and I have already created this account, and here just go to SMTP and API, click here. Here you can click on this button to generate a new SMTP key. So this is my SMTP details. This is the SMTP server, port number, then SMTP login username, and here we have the SMTP password, this one, right? So we will add all these details in VS Code. So let me just copy these things and come back to the environment variable. We will open .env file, and here we will store the SMTP username and password. We will add SMTP user, and let's copy this user, paste it here. After that we will add SMTP password, and we will copy this password. Next we have to add the email sender's email ID. So let's add sender email. So in this sender email you have to add the email ID that you have used to create this Bravo account for generating the SMTP key, right? So I'll add my email ID here, that is user.greatstack@gmail.com. I have used this email ID to create the Bravo account. So we have to add the SMTP username, password, and sender's email ID, right? After that, let's come back to this nodemailer.js, and in this one, here we will add host, and in this host we will provide this host name, right? and paste it here. So we have provided the SMTP host. After that we have to provide the port. So we'll add port. We'll add the port here. Then we'll add the auth. You can use any SMTP that you have. It works with all SMTP providers. Here we'll add the user. And in this user, we'll get the SMTP username that we have stored in the environment variable. So we'll add the process.env and variable name. So the variable name is SMTP user. Like this. Duplicate it and it will be password. And here we'll add SMTP password. So we have added the SMTP details in this node mailer configuration, right? And we have exported this transporter. After that, let's come back and we'll open this auth controller.js file, and here we have the register function, right? So scroll down, here we have the try block, then we have this token, we have generated the token, then we have added this token in the cookie, and then we have generated the response, right? But before generating this response, we will send one email also. So here, after setting this token in cookie, we'll add the space, and here we'll add the script to send an email. So we'll add const. Let me add the comment also. Here we'll add the comment sending welcome email. We'll add const mail options. It will be one object, and here we'll add from. In this from, we will add the sender's email ID. So you can see we have added this sender email in the environment variable. So simply add it here. Process.env dot sender email, right? After that we'll add the to property where you want to send this email. So I will send this email to user who has created the account, right? So here just add the email. So we will get this email from this request body. You can see in the request body we are getting name, email and password, right? So this email will be sent to the user who has created the account. Now just add the comma. After that we will add the subject, that is the email subject. So in the subject, let me add a simple message called welcome to Great Stack. After that we have to add the message that will be sent on the email. So we'll add text. And here let's add the backticks. In the backticks we'll add welcome to Great Stack website. Your account has been created with email ID. And here we will provide the user's email ID. So we will add template literal $, curly braces, email. And here we have added the mail options. Then we have to send the email. So simply add await transporter we are not getting the transporter here, so first we have to import it. So scroll up and here we will import transporter from config/nodemailer.js. After that, here we can add await transporter dot send mail, and in this one just provide this mail options. So it will send an email, right? And after sending the email, it will generate one response with success true. That's it. So now we have added this code. So here's the mail option that has the sender email, to email, that is the receiver email. Then we have the email subject and email message. And then this line will send the email using the transporter, and after that we are generating the response success true. Now let's test it again. Just come back. In this postman, we will add the API endpoint localhost port 4000 API/auth/register like this. And after that, let's try to create an account with the same email ID that already exists. So here we have the email, password, and let's add name. So in the name, let me add my name, Avinash, and let me click on the send button. So here you can see the message success false, user already exists, because from this email ID we have already created one user account. So now let me add the another email. Let me add the correct email ID here. And after that, click on the send button. Now you can see success true. It means user has been created, and here in this cookie you can see we have one token, right? After that, let's come back to the database, refresh it. So here you can see we have two users. You can see the new user with the name Avinash, and here we have the email ID, encrypted password, and other details, right? So now let's test the email also, whether we have received the email or not. So let me open my Gmail account. Here you can see I have received one email with the subject welcome to Great Stack, and if I open this, here you can see we have the message welcome to Great Stack website, your account has been created with this email ID, right? So it is successfully sending the email also, user has been created, and we are getting a welcome email, right? So it works. Now just come back. So we have created this user registration controller function that create the user and send the user registration welcome email, right? Then we have this login, then we have this logout, right? After that we will create a user email verification controller function so that user can verify the email ID and verify their account, right? So for that, here let's add one controller function, const, and we have to export this function. So just add export const, and the function name will be send verify OTP, that will send the verification OTP on the email. We'll add the async function. In this one we will get request and response, right? And after that we'll add the try catch block. So in this catch block we'll add the same statement, that is response JSON success false, and the message will be error.message. And here in this try block, first we have to get the user ID to verify the user, right? And we'll get the user ID from request body. So just add const user ID equal to request.body. Here we'll add one comment. So this is the send verification OTP to user's email. We are getting the function that will send the verification OTP that will verify the user account, right? So here we are getting the user ID from request body, and after getting the user ID we have to find the user from our database. So just add const user is equal to await, and we'll add the user model dot find by ID, and here just provide user ID, right? So we will get the user. Now we'll add the if statement, and here we will add user dot is account verified, because in the user data we have this property is account verified. If I come back to the database, you can see here we have the is account verified property, right? It is false. It means the user account is not verified, correct? So here we are adding one if statement. If user dot is account verified is true, it means the user is already verified. So in that case, we will return the response with JSON method, and here we'll add one object where we will add success false, right? And in the message we will add the text that is account already verified, right? Suppose the account is not verified, then here we will add a script that will generate one OTP, and that OTP will be sent on the user's email ID. So to generate the OTP, we will use the math random function. So we will add math.random. We will multiply it with 9 lakhs, and in this one we will add 1 lakh. So just add this one. After that, here we have to add the math.floor that will remove the decimal points. So just add math.floor, and in this one just provide these numbers. So it will generate a 6-digit number, and we have to convert it in a string. So here let's add a string. So this 3-digit number will be converted in a string, and now we will store it in one variable called OTP. So just add const OTP is equal to string math.floor 100k math.random 900k. So it will generate a 6-digit random number that will be the OTP, right? After that, we have to save this OTP in the database for this particular user. So just add user.verify OTP. You can see the user model. Here we have the verify OTP property, right? So just add user.verify OTP, and in this one we are going to store this OTP, right? After that, we have to set the expiry time for this OTP. So you can see here we have the verify OTP expire at. Just copy, and here we will add user.verify OTP expire at, and here we'll add the expiry time 1 day from the current date and time. So just add date.now plus we will add 1 day. So just add 24 hours, then multiply by 60 minutes, then 60 seconds, and 1000 milliseconds. So the expiry date will be 24 hours, that means 1 day. After that, we have added the OTP and expiry date. Then we have to save the user in the database. So just add await, and we'll add user.save. So these property value will be saved, right? After updating the user's data, we will send the email where we will send the OTP to user. So just add const, and here we will add the mail option where we will add what we have to send and where we have to send. So here first we'll add the from, and in the from we will add the same thing that we have added here. So let's expand it, this user registration. Here we have the mail option, so just copy it and paste it here. In this mail option, we will add from to subject and text, right? So in this one, we will add user.email, and after that, here we have to add this subject. So in this subject, we will add account verification OTP, and in this message, we will add backticks and provide your OTP is this template literal, where we will add $curly braces OTP. then the message is verify your account using this OTP. So we have added the mail option, and after that we have to send the email, right? So just add await transporter dot send mail, then mail option. So it will send the email, and after that we'll add the response. So here just add response.json, and here we'll add the success true. Then we'll add the message verification OTP sent on email. That's it. So now we have created the controller function for this send verification OTP or send verify OTP, right? Now we'll create one more function that will get the OTP and verify the user account. Suppose user has received the OTP on their email ID, then we have to enter the OTP in the web application and the account will be verified. For that we have to create one controller function. So here let's add another function, export. We will add the function name const, and here we'll add function name verify email, right? And it is asynchronous arrow function. In the parameter we will take request and response. Now in this one what we need the user ID so that we can verify the account, and we need the OTP also. So let's copy the statement from here, paste it here. We need the user ID and request.body, and with this user ID we need the OTP, correct? After that we have to check the user ID is available and OTP is available. So we'll add not of user ID. If user ID is not available or this OTP is not available. This is the if statement, and if any of this data is not available, then we will return one response with success false, and the message will be missing details, right? It means the OTP is missing or user ID is missing. Suppose both data is available, then it will execute the code that is written in the next line. So we'll add try catch statement, right? And in this catch block we'll add the same statement, this one, return response JSON success false, message is error.message. And now we'll add the statement or code in this try block. So here first we have to find the user from this user ID. For that we'll add const user is equal to await, then we will use the user model and find by ID and provide the user ID. So it will find the user from the database. After that we will check for this user. So we'll add if statement, and here we'll add not of user. If there is no user for this user ID, then we will simply return one response. So just add return response.json success false, and the message is user not found, right? Because there is no user with this user ID, right? And suppose the user is available, then we have to verify the OTP, right? So here let's add if statement, and here we'll add user dot verify OTP. We will check if it is equal to empty string or user dot verify OTP not equal to OTP dot verify OTP. Suppose the user dot verify OTP that is stored in the database is empty string, or the OTP that is stored in the database and the OTP that user has entered in the application is not matching. In that case, it will return the response with the message invalid OTP, right? So simply add this statement, return response.json, success false, and the message is invalid OTP. Suppose the OTP is valid, then we will check for the expiry date. So we'll add if statement, and here we'll add user dot verify OTP expire at, and if it is less than date dot now, right? It means it is already expired, right? So the expiry date is before this current date. It means the OTP is already expired. Then we'll add the response with the message OTP expired. So here just add the response with the JSON method, success false, and the message is OTP expired. Suppose the OTP expiry date is after the current date, it means the OTP is not expired. In that case, what will happen? We will verify the user's account. So to verify the user account, we have to make the is account verified property true, that is false right now, right? So here we'll add user dot is account verified is equal to true. We will make it true. That's it. After that, we will reset the verification OTP and expiry at. You can see here we have the verification OTP, verify OTP, and verify OTP expired at. So we will reset it again. So here just add user dot verify OTP, and it will be empty string. Then we will add user dot verify OTP expired at, it will be 0, right? After that, we have to save the user data. So just add await user dot save, right? After that, we will return a response with success true. So just add return response.json. In this one, we'll add one object with success true, and we will add the message email verified successfully, like this, correct? So now we have created the API or API controller function to verify the user's account, right? So we have created two controller functions that will send the verification OTP, and the second controller function will verify the account. Next, using these controller function, we have to create the API endpoint. But before that, you can see here we are getting user ID and OTP from request body. But how user will send the user ID, right? User will only send the OTP. User will type the OTP in the UI and we will receive that. But how this user ID will be received? And in this one also, you can see here we are getting user ID from request body. So actually we will get the user ID from the token, and the token is stored in the cookies. So we need a middleware that will get the cookie, and from that cookie it will find the token, and from that token it will find the user ID, and that user ID will be added in the request body. That will be done using a function. So for that we will create a middleware function. So here in this left sidebar, go to this server folder, and here we will create a new folder called middleware. And in this one, let's create a file called userauth.js. Now in this one, we'll add the function that will find the token from the cookie, and from that token it will find the user ID. So here let's add import. We will import JWT from JsonWebToken, right? And after that we'll create a function. So just add const user auth equal to asynchronous function. Here we will add request and response, and after that we'll add one more parameter, that is next, that is the next function. So after completing the code of this function, it will execute this next function, and in the next it will execute our controller function. So here let's add const, we will add curly braces token, and it will find the token from request dot cookie, right? So we have added const token equal to request dot cookies. So from request it will try to find the token that is stored in the cookies, right? Now we will add the if statement, and here we will add if the token is not available, right? Then we will simply return a response. So just add response.json, and in this one we will send the success false because the token is not available, that's why success false, and we will add the message not authorized, login again, like this, right? Suppose the token is available, then we will add the try catch statement, and in the catch block simply add the response.json success false, and the message will be error.message, right? And now we'll add the code in this try block. So here first we have to decode the token that we are getting from this cookies, right? So to decode the token we will use the JWT. So just add JWT.verify. In this one we will provide the token, and after that we will provide the secret key that we have stored here in this environment variable. You can see JWT secret. So just add process.env.jwt secret. So it will verify and decode the token. So after that it will store the decoded token here. So just add const token decoded or token decode, right? And from this decode token we have to find the ID, because for creating the token we have used the user ID, right? So here we will check if token decode dot id, it means it has the ID, then it will add this ID in the request body with the property user ID. So here just add request dot body dot user ID property equal to this token decode dot id. And if this token decode ID is not available or it is false, so we'll add the else statement also. We will add else, and here let's add the return statement. So just add return, and it will return a response with success false, and the message is not authorized, login again, correct? And after this if statement, here we will add the next function. So it will call our controller function, or it will try to execute our controller function, correct? So what happens here? First, this middleware function will be executed whenever we will hit the API endpoint. This middleware will be executed. It will get the token from the cookie, and from that token it will decode it, and it will get the user ID, and that user ID will be added in the request body, right? And after adding it, it will use this next function that will execute our controller function, that is here. Here we have this controller function send verify OTP, right? And in this one we need the user ID. So user ID is already added by this middleware, that is user auth, correct? Next we have to export this middleware. So simply add export default user auth. Correct. Now using this middleware and our controller function, we will create the API endpoint. So let's open this auth routes.js, and in this one, here we have added register, login and logout. So after that, let me duplicate it, and here we will add send verify OTP. Right, this is also post, and here we will add the middleware so that we can add the user ID. The user ID will be added by the middleware. So first we have to import the middleware. So just add user auth. You can see user auth has been imported from this middleware folder user auth.js. Right, and after that we have to add our controller function, that is send verify OTP. So send verify OTP has been imported and we have added it here at this route send verify OTP. Right, so now we have added one more route. Next we'll add one more route that will verify the account using the OTP. So just duplicate it, and here we'll add the API endpoint, that is verify account, and here we will add the controller function. So you can see the controller function name, that is verify email. Right, so here let's add verify email. Verify email has been imported. Right, so we have added two new route or two new API endpoint. Now we can test these endpoint. So let me just copy the endpoint path and come back. Here we will add the endpoint path, that is /API/auth/ send verify OTP. Right, and here we don't have to send anything. You can see we already have this cookie, and in this cookie we have this token. Right, it means we are already logged in. Right, so whenever we are logged in, then we can request for OTP. So just click on this send button. You can see success true, verification OTP sent on email. Right, so now just come back, open the email ID, and we should receive an email. You can see account verification OTP. Just click here. So you can see here we have this email ID. Your OTP is this one. Verify your account using this OTP. Right, so now we have received the OTP. Next we will test this second API endpoint, that is verify account. So just open this one, and here we'll add another API endpoint, that is verify account. Here we have added verify account. Correct, and in this one, here we have the body. In this raw we have to provide the OTP. So just add one object. We will add OTP, and here let's add any incorrect OTP like this. Correct, and click on the send button. Here you can see the message false, invalid OTP. Now let me provide the correct OTP, that is here. Just copy this one and let's provide this OTP and click on send button. Now you can see the message email verified successfully. So now we have successfully verified the account. So to test it, just come back to the database and click on this refresh button. Here you can see we have this is account verified true. It means the account is verified. Earlier it was false, now it is true. Now we have successfully created the API to send the verification OTP, and we have added the API to verify the account using the OTP. After that, we'll create one API that will check user is already logged in or not. For that, let's come back to the VS Code and open this auth controller.js file, and here we'll create a new controller function. So here we'll create the controller function called is authenticated. It means user is already authenticated or not. So just add export const and write is authenticated. That is the function name. It will be asynchronous function, and in this one we'll get request and response. Here let me add the comment. Check if user is authenticated, and in the previous one let me add the comment. Verify the email using OTP, right? And in this one, let's add the try catch block. So we will add try catch, and in this catch block, let's add the same statement, that is response.json, success false, and the message is error.message. And in this try block, let's add response. So we will return the response with JSON, and the success will be true. That's it. So how it will check for the authentication? So we are just adding the try catch statement and returning this response success true without adding any check, right? So what will happen here? So before this controller function, we will execute the middleware, and if the middleware will be executed, after that this is authentication controller function will be executed, and it will return this response success true whenever the user is already authenticated, right? So now let's create the API endpoint for this one also. We will open authroutes.js and let's duplicate this line, and here let's add path, that is auth. This one, and here we will add the middleware, and after this middleware we will add the controller function is authenticated. So is authenticated has been imported. Save the changes and copy this path API endpoint. So just come back to the Postman and provide this API endpoint, and here we don't have to send anything in the body. Simply add this API endpoint, and here we have the token in the cookie, right? And click on the send button. So now you can see the message success true. It means user is authenticated because we have the token in cookie, right? And it is authenticating using the middleware. Now we'll create another API that will send the password reset OTP, and after that we'll create one more API that will reset the password using the OTP, right? So to create that, let's open auth controller.js file, and here we'll create a controller function. So let's add one comment, send password reset OTP, right? And here we'll create the function. So just add export const, and the function name will be send reset OTP. It will be asynchronous function, and in this one we'll add request and response, right? And here first we have to get the email ID from the request body, right? So whenever user try to reset the password, user have to provide the email ID. So we'll add const email equal to request.body. After getting this email, we have to check this user exists or not, or before that we'll check whether this email is available or not. So just add if statement and we'll add not of email. Suppose user has not provided the email, and then we'll add the return statement, return response.json, and here we'll add the object with success false, and the message will be email is required. Suppose the email is not available, then it will return a message, email is required. Now if the email is available, then we will add the try catch. And in this catch block, let's add the same statement. Return response success false, message error dot message. Now we'll add the code in this try block. So in this try block, first we have to find the user using the given email ID. In this try block, let's add const user equal to await, and we will use the user model, and from this user model we will find the user using the email ID. So just add find one, and in this one provide the email. Now we will add the if statement and we'll check not of user. If the user is not available with this given email ID, then we will return a response with success false, and the message will be user not found. This one, correct? Suppose this user is available with this email ID, then we will generate one OTP, and that OTP will be saved in the database, and that OTP will be sent on email, right? So to generate the OTP, let's copy the same code that we have written here. Here it is. So just copy this one. Let's copy this email option also. Scroll down, and here in this one, that is this send reset OTP, in this one just paste it. So we have provided this statement that will generate a 6-digit random number. Then we are using this user dot, and here we will add the property called reset OTP. If I go to user model, you can see here we have reset OTP, then we have reset OTP expire at. So here we will add reset OTP expire at, and here we will add the expiry time 15 minutes. So simply add 15 into 60 into 1000, that is the time in milliseconds. And after that we have to save the user. So using this await save.user, the OTP and expiry time will be saved in the database. Then we have to send the email, right? So for sending the email, we need the mail option, where we will add the sender email, then receiver email, that is user.email, then we will add the message. So here we will add the subject password reset OTP, correct? And after that we have to add the message in this text. So in this backticks we will add the message. Your OTP for resetting your password is this OTP variable that we have added using this template literal. Then we have added the text called use this OTP to proceed with resetting your password, right? And after that, here we have added this transporter dot send mail and mail option. So it will send the email, correct? And after sending the email, we will generate a response. So just add return response dot JSON, and here we will add success true, and the message will be OTP sent to your email, like this. So now we have created the controller function that will send the password reset OTP to user, right? Here we have added the comment, right? Now we'll create one more controller function where user can verify the OTP and reset the password. So let's add the comment reset user password, and let's add the controller function export const reset password equal to asynchronous arrow function. Here we will add request and response, and in this one we need the email ID, OTP and new password, right? For setting a new password we need the OTP and the user's email ID, and we need the new password. So just add const email OTP new password, and we will get it from request.body. Now we'll add the if statement, and here we will check not of email if the email is not available, or not of OTP if the OTP is not available, or not of new password if the new password is not provided. Then we will return a response with success false, and in this one we will add the message email, OTP and new password are required. Correct? After that we will add the try catch statement, and in this catch block let's add the same statement, that is return response success false, and the message is error.message. Now let's add the code in this try block. So here first we have to find the user using this email that is provided in the request body, right? So just add const user equal to await user model dot find one, and we will find the user from email. Now we will add the if statement, and we will check if not of user. It means the user is not available with this given email ID. Then we will return a response with success false, and the message is user not found. Correct? Then we will add the if statement. Suppose the user is available. So here we are adding the if statement user dot reset OTP. We will check for the reset OTP if the reset OTP is empty string, or the user dot reset OTP that is stored in the database is not equal to OTP that is provided by user. If the OTP is empty string, and if the OTP stored in the database is not matching with the OTP provided by the user, in that case we will return a response with success false, and the message will be invalid OTP. So we have added this response with the message invalid OTP, right? Suppose the OTP is matching with the OTP stored in the database, then we will check for the expiry. So here we will add the if statement, and here just add user dot reset OTP expire at, and if it is less than date dot now, it means the OTP is already expired. So in that case we will return a response with success false and with the message OTP expired. Correct? Suppose the OTP is not expired, OTP is valid. In that case we have to update the user's password. So user has sent a new password, so first we have to encrypt that password to store in the database. So just add const hashed password equal to await decrypt dot hash, and we will provide the new password that user has provided, and we will add the number 10, right? So now we have the hashed password for the new password. Now we will update the password in user's database. So just add user dot password, and we will store this hashed password, correct? After that, we have to reset the OTP. So just add user dot reset OTP equal to empty string, and then we'll add the reset OTP expire at user dot reset OTP expire at 0. Now we have to save the user. So just add await user dot save. So these new details will be saved in the user's data, right? After that, we will generate a response. So here, let's add response.json, success true, and the message is password has been reset successfully, because we have stored a new password in the database, right? So save the changes. So now we have successfully created the controller function to reset the password. Now using these controller function, we will create the API endpoint, right? So just open this auth_routes.js, and in this one, just duplicate this line, and from here, let me remove this middleware. We don't need the middleware here, and here we will add the path, that is send reset OTP. Send reset OTP, and here we will add the controller function send reset OTP. You can see send reset OTP has been imported. Now duplicate it, and here we will add the another path, that is reset password. So we have added this endpoint path reset password, and add the controller function reset password. So reset password has been imported. So now we have added these API endpoint, correct? So just test it. So we will copy this API endpoint send reset OTP and come back to the postman. Here we will add the path send reset OTP, and for this one we have to provide the email. So here we'll go to body raw, and here let's add one object, and in this one we'll add email, and in the email let me add the valid email ID. Click on send button. You can see success true, OTP sent to your email. Now if I come back to the email ID, here I have received a new email with the title password reset OTP. You can see the email subject password reset OTP, and here we have the message your OTP for resetting your password is this one. Use this OTP to proceed with resetting your password. So just copy this OTP, and now just come back. Here we will test the second API endpoint, that is reset password. So just add reset password API endpoint /API/auth/reset password, and for this password reset we have to provide three things. Let's come back. In this controller function, you can see here we have the reset password, and for this one we need email, OTP and the new password, correct? So just come back. Here in this body we will provide email, then provide OTP. Let's add any incorrect OTP, and comma we will provide the new password. So let's add the new password, and the new password is 654321, and now just click on this send button. So here you can see the message success false invalid OTP, right? And now if I provide the correct OTP from here, just copy this OTP and paste it here. So we have provided the correct email ID, correct OTP and a new password, and click on this send button. You can see success true, password has been reset successfully. Correct? So this password reset API is also working. So now just come back to the VS Code, and here you can see we have created the API for sending the reset OTP, that is the password reset OTP. Then we have created the API for password reset. Correct? Next, we will create one more API that will return the user's details like username, and it will return the user's verification status like account is verified or not. For that, we will create a new file. Here you can see we have controller folder, and in this one we have the auth controller.js. So in this controller folder, we will create a new file called user controller.js, and in this one we'll create a controller function. So first we will import the user model from models folder and user model.js file. After that we'll create the function, so just add export const, and the function name will be get user data, right? And it will be asynchronous arrow function. And in this one we will add request and response in this parameter, right? Now we will add the try catch block, and here in this catch block let's add the same statement, that is response.json success false, and the message is error.message. Now we'll add the code in this try block. So here first we have to find the user using the user ID. So we'll add const user ID, and we will get it from request.body, and this user ID will be added in the body using the middleware that we have already seen in the previous controller function, right? So after that we'll add the code that will find the user in the database using this user ID. So just add const user is equal to await user model dot find by ID and provide the user ID, right? Now we will check if this user exists or not. So just add not user. If the user is not available, then we will return a response with the success false and with the message user not found. Here it is giving error in this await because we have not added the async keyword here. Now it is correct. So now you can see if the user is not available, then we are getting the message user not found, right? Suppose the user is available for this user ID, then we will add a response. So just add response.json, and here we will add the object. So in this response we have to send the success property true because we will get the user's details, right? Success true. And after that we have to add the user data in the response. So just add user data, and in this user data we will send one object, and here we will add the name, that will be the user's name. So just add user.name, correct? And after that we will send the verified status. So we will use this is account verified property. So here let's add is account verified. We will add user dot is account verified. So we will get whether the user account is verified or not. We will get either true or false, and we will get the user's name whenever we will hit this API endpoint, right? Now, using this controller function, we have to create a route, right? So here we have this routes folder. In this one, we will create a new file called user_routes.js. In this user_routes.js, first we will import express, because using this express we will create a router. So just add import express from express. After that we will add const user router equal to express dot router. So now we have created a router, and using this router we will create a endpoint. So just add user router dot get method. Here we are using the get method, and in this one we will add the path /data, correct? And here we will add the middleware, that is user auth. So user auth has been imported, right? And after this middleware we will add the controller function, that is get user data. So get user data has been imported. Here we will add complete file name .js, and here also we will add .js, like this. And now we have added this router, and after that we have to export this router. So just add export default user router. That's it. Now we have to add this user router in the server.js file. So let's open our server.js file. Here it is. And in this one you can see here we have added app.use/API/auth, right? So just duplicate this line. Here we will add /API/user, and here just provide user router. Select it. So user router has been imported. So whenever we will hit this endpoint, that is /API/user, and after that /data, then we will get the user's name and is verified property. So save these changes and just test this API also. So just come back. Here we will test this API endpoint, that is localhost port 4000/API/user/data. And at this endpoint we don't have to provide anything in the body. So just remove everything. And right now you can see here we have this cookie, and in this cookie we have this token. It means we are logged in. So now we can get the user's data. We are already authenticated. So just click on this send button. Here we are getting this error message because here we have added the post method. And if I come back to the VS Code, here you can see we have created this API endpoint at get method, right? So just come back again and we will change it to get. And here we are using this get method and click on the send button. Now you can see the response. We are getting success true, and we are getting the user data object where we have the user's name and is account verified property, correct? So this API is also working. So let's come back to the VS Code. So here you can see in this VS Code, we have created the backend of our application where we have added the API to get the user's data. Then we have added the API for user registration, login, logout. After that, we have added the API for sending the account verification OTP, then account verification. Then we have added the API for checking the authentication status if the user is authenticated or not. Then we have added the API for sending the password reset OTP, and we have added the API for resetting the password. So finally we have completed our backend. After that, we'll create the front end of our application in this client folder, and here we will create the UI of our client app, and then we will connect the backend with our front end. First, I will close all these files. So right click here and select close all. After that, right click on this client folder and select open in integrated terminal. So we will open this client folder in integrated terminal, and here we will use the command to create a simple React application. We will create the React app using Vite package. So here let's add npm create Vite at latest. Then press enter. Again press enter. Now it is asking for the project name. So I will type dot and press enter. So it will create the project with the name client. Now we have to select React, then select JavaScript. After that, if I expand this client folder, you can see here we have these file structure, and in this one we have this package.json file, right? Now we have to install the dependencies. So first we will install the dependencies. So simply add npm install. So it will install all the dependencies to create a simple React project. Now if I expand this folder and open this package.json file, so in this one you can see here we have this React and React router DOM, and here you can see it will create a folder called node_modules, right? After that, we have to install some other packages that we will use in this front-end project. So here in this terminal, let's add npm install, and we will install the Axios package to make the API calls. So we will add Axios. After that, we will install the React router DOM. Using that, we can create the router in our React app. After that, we will install the React Toastify package. Using that, we can display the notifications on our web page. So here we have added npm install, Axios, React router DOM, and React Toastify. Just press enter. There is a typing mistake in React Toastify spelling, so let me correct it. Here we will add the command again, npm install Axios, React router DOM, and React Toastify. Press enter. After that, we will open this package.json file, and in this one you can see in this dependencies we have the Axios package, then React router DOM, and React Toastify. Correct? Now we can run our project. So here we will add npm run dev. So now our project is running at this URL, localhost port 5173. Let me open this URL in web browser. So you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Next, we have to clear this project. So just come back. Let's hide this terminal. And here we have this src. So expand it. And in this one, you can see we have this app.css file. So we will delete this file. After that, we have this app.jsx. Just open this one and we will clear all the code. And here we will add rafce snippet. So it will create this functional component. If this rafce snippet is not coming for you, then you have to come to extensions and you have to install the extension called ES7 React Redux snippet. this one, right? It has 2 million downloads. So just install this extension. Then you will get that option to use RAFC snippet, right? After that, we will open this index.css file and we will clear this file. That's it. Then we will open index.html file. And here we have this title. So in this title, I'll type Great Stack MERN auth. Save the changes. And after that, we will come back to the web browser. So now you can see this project is clear, and in this title you can see we have the text called Great Stack MERN auth, right? Right now you can see this icon in the browser tab, so we have to replace this icon also. So let me just come back to my desktop screen, and here you can see we have a folder called assets, and in this one we have some images and icons and one assets.js file. So let me copy all these files. You will find this folder download link in the video description. Just copy all the files and open the project folder. Then go to client folder, that is the frontend folder. And in this one, go to src. And here we have the assets folder. So just paste all the files in this assets folder. Correct? Now from this one, we will copy this bg_img file, and after that we have the favicon.svg file. Just copy these two files, bg_img and favicon.svg. Copy and paste it inside this public folder. Correct? From here we can remove this wheat.svg. Correct? After that, come back to the VS Code, and in this one you can see here we have the link tag where you can see the file wheat.svg. So instead of this wheat.svg, we will add favicon.svg. That's it. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now you can see the updated icon in this browser tab, right? So we have updated the favicon icon. After that, we have to add the Google fonts on this web page. So we will open Google Fonts. Open this fonts.google.com. Here in this search box, we will search for outfit font. So just type outfit. So here we have this outfit font. Just click on this get font button. Now just click on get embed code. And here you have to select this import option. And you will get this import link. Just copy this one and come back to the VS Code. And paste it in this index.css file. We will paste it here. Right? And after that, we will open this fonts website, and you can see here we have to define the font family. So in this font family we can write outfit sans serif. So just copy this one and come back to the index.css file again, and here we will add star and provide the font family. That's it. Now we will get the support of outfit font on our web page. Correct? Next, we have to install the Tailwind CSS in this React project. For that, let's come back to the web browser and let's search for Vite plus Tailwind CSS. Open this document, and here you can see the steps to install the Tailwind CSS in Vite project. So the first step is to create a project that we have already created. Then we have to use these commands. So just select this one and copy the first command. And we will come back to the VS Code and open the terminal. And first we have to stop this project. So just add Ctrl+C, yes, and paste the command that we have just copied. Press enter. After that, we will copy the second command, paste it here in this terminal, press enter. That's it. Now just come back, and here you can see the next step. So we have to add these configurations in the tailwind.config.js file, right? So just copy this one and come back to the VS Code, and from this sidebar in this client folder you will find tailwind.config.js. So from this one, just replace this code and paste the code that we have just copied. That's it. Now again come back to the Tailwind documentation, and here we have the next step. So we have to copy these lines and come back to the VS Code and open index.css file and paste it here. Before this font family, just paste these code. Now again come back to the website, and here you can see the next step is to simply start the project, right? So we can use npm run dev to start our project. So let's come back, and in this terminal we will add npm run dev, press enter. So it will again start our project on localhost. Hide this terminal. Now here we have this app.jsx file. So in this one we can write any text like hello. You can see this hello is displayed here. Now let's test the Tailwind classes. So in this one we will add the class name. Here we will add text XL, or let's add 4XL. Save the changes. So you can see the increased font size. It means the Tailwind is successfully working in this project, right? Now let me remove it. So we have done the basic configuration for our simple React app. Now we will create different pages for our application. So here you can see we have the src folder. So in this folder we'll create a new folder called pages. So in this pages folder we will create different pages of our application. So the first page will be home page. So here in this pages folder, let's create a new file and write the file name home.jsx. Then we'll create the next page. So right click and select new file and write the file name login.jsx. Right. Next we will create the another page, that is verify email, where user will enter the OTP to verify their email ID or verify their account. So in this pages folder we'll create a new file with the name email verify.jsx. Now we will create one more file that will be a new page, and the page name will be reset password, where user can enter the OTP to change their password. So here let's add a new file with the name reset password.jsx. So we have created 4 pages in this pages folder. After that we'll create a folder called components, in which we will create all the components for our application. So in this src folder we will create a new folder called components. And in this src folder we will create a new folder called context. So in this context folder we will create a context file that will store all the states and functions of our application, so that we can easily access the states and function in any component from this context. Now we will set up the React router for different pages. So you can see we have already created these pages. So let's add some text in these pages. So first we will open home.jsx, and here let's add rafce, and here we will add one text in h1 home page. Now we will open login, use rafce, Here we will add the message in h1, login page. Now we will open email verify page. We will add the text in h1. Now we will open reset password page. Write the text in h1. So we have added the text in all pages. Next we have to set up the React router. So first let's open main.jsx file, and in this one we have to import the browser router from React router DOM. So here let's add import curly braces browser router from React router DOM. Correct. And after that, here you can see this strict mode. Let's remove it, and here we will use this browser router. So we have added browser router opening tag and closing tag, and within this we have this app component, right? Save the changes. After that, let's open main.jsx file, and in this one here we have one div. So within this div we have to set up the route. So first we will import the route. So here let's add import statement. We will import routes from React router DOM, and we will import route also. So you can see in this statement we are importing routes and route from React router DOM. Correct. Now let's use this routes tag here within this div and closing routes tag. Now within this we will add route tag. It will be self-closing like this, and here we have to add the path. So let's add the path. It will be /, that is the home path, and here we have to add the element. So in this element we will add the home page. So write element curly braces, and in this one just add home. Select it from this suggestion. So this home page has been imported, right? Now add the closing tag. So whenever people will hit this /, that will be the home path of the domain, then this home page will be displayed. Now let's duplicate this line, and here we will change the path. So let's add the path login. So whenever we will go to URL domain/login, then it should display this element. So here we have to add the login page. So this login page has been imported, and add the closing tag. Now duplicate it. Here we will add the third page and add different path for the URL. So we will add email verify, and here we will add the element email verify. Email verify page has been imported. After that we will duplicate this line, and here we will add the fourth page. So we will add the path for the fourth page, that is reset password. And here in this element we will add the reset password page. So reset password page has been imported. Correct. Save the changes. After that, if I open the web browser, so here you can see the message home page, right? Now if I change the path like /login, press enter. So you can see here we have the login page. Let me zoom in. Now you can see clearly we are at login page when we go to domain/login, and if I remove this we are at home page. Now in this URL if I type /email verify, press enter. So now you can see the message email verify. So we are at the email verify page. Now here if I change the path, it will be reset password. Press enter. So you can see reset password. So this router is working fine. So let me just come back to the home page. So now we will add the components or elements on this home page. So first we have to add the navigation bar. So just come back, and here you can see we have this sidebar, and in this one we have this client folder where we have the components. So in this components folder we will create a new file that will be navbar.jsx. Right, now we'll add the code in this navbar.jsx file. So first we will add RAFC snippet, and here in this navbar first we have to add the image, and we have to add the logo. So if I go to src assets and assets.js file, so in this one you can see we have imported all the images using this import statement. Then we have exported it using this object called assets. So we can directly access this object and access any image from this object. So here we have the logo also, we have other mail icon, person icon, header image, right? So let's come back, and here we have to import that assets. So let's add the import statement, import assets from /assets folder and assets file. Now in this src we can simply use this assets object, and from this one we can access the logo like this. So we have added the image tag, and in this image tag we have added the image, that is the logo. Now we will add the classes. So just add the class name, and here we have to set the width. After that we will add width for small screen, so it will be W32. That's it. After adding this logo image we have to add one button. So we will add the button tag, and in this button tag we will add the text called login like this. Next we have to display this navigation bar on home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and let's remove this text, and here we will mount this navbar component. So this navbar component has been imported, and close this tag. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here you can see this logo and this login text, right? Let me zoom out so it will come to original size. So here we have the logo and login button. Now we will add the CSS properties for this navigation bar. So just come back and open navbar.jsx, and first we will add the classes in this div. So here in this div we will add class name, and here we will provide width full, then we will provide flex, then flex between. After that we will provide item center, and we will provide the padding for different screen size like this. Next we will provide the position absolute so that it will be fixed at the top. So we have to add position absolute and top 0. So this navbar will be at the top of this header. After that we have to add the classes in this button, right? So in this button we will add a class name, and in this button we will add flex item center, and we will add the gap. Here we are adding this gap and flex because in this login button we will add one icon also. After that we will add the border and border color, that is gray 500. Then we will add rounded full so that the corners will be round, and after that we have to add the padding from X and Y axis. Then we will add the text color, that is the button text color. Next we have to add the hover effect, so we will add hover, and here we will change the background of this button whenever we will hover on the button. So we will add BG gray 100, and then we will add the transition all, correct? Now after this login text in this button we will add one icon also. So we will add the img tag, And in this src, just add assets dot arrow icon. Correct. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see this login button in the right side and this logo in the left side. Correct. So now we have created the navigation bar. After that, we have to add some text in this home page. So we have to create the header. So here we have this home page and here we have this navigation bar. And for this one, we have to create one header section. So let's create a new component in this components folder. So let's right click and select new file and write the file name header.jsx. Write RAFCE, and in this header we have to add one image, and for this image we will add assets dot header underscore img, and after that we will add the classes. So just add the class name, and here we have to provide the width and height. Then we have to make it circular, so we'll add rounded full. Then we'll add the margin from bottom like this. After this image there will be one text, so we will add the text in h1 tag, and the text will be hey. Then we will add the name, so we will add name like Great Stack, or for now let's write developer, hey developer, right? And with that we will add one image. So in this one, after this text we will add img tag, and in this one let's add src assets dot hand wave. So we have added this icon. Now in this image we have to add the class name, so just add the class name, and for this one we will provide the width, and after that we will provide aspect ratio. So we have to add aspect a square, so it will be a square. Correct. Now save the changes, come back to the web page. So still you can see there is no change, but whenever we will mount this header component in this home page, then we will see that. So here after this navbar we will add header. Select it, so header component has been imported. Save the changes. Now you can see this logo and this text, hey developer. Correct. Next we have to add some other text also, so just come back and open header.jsx, and after this h1 we have to add the text in h2. So let's add the text in h2 tag. The text is welcome to our app, right? And after this text we have to add another text in p tag. So in this one we will add this a small paragraph, right? And after that we will add the button also. So in this button we will add the text called get started. Save the changes. Now you can see we have these text also, this get started text also, right? Next we have to add the CSS properties for this header. So just come back and let's start with this first div. So in this div we will add the class name, and here we have to add flex column and item center, so that all contents will be aligned vertically and it will be displayed in the center. After that we have to add the margin from the top, and we will add the padding from x-axis. After that we will add text center. Then we will add the text color, that is gray 800. Correct. Now we will add the CSS properties in this h1. So in this h1 we will add flex item center and we'll add the gap. So just add the class name and provide these classes. Then we'll add the text size. So the text size will be XL, text XL, and let's increase the text size for a smaller screen. Here we'll add text 3XL. So for the mobile screen the size will be XL, and for above screen we'll add text 3XL. Now let's add font. So the font will be medium and margin bottom. Now here we have this image where we have added the hand wave icon, right? So let me move it in the next line so that you can see clearly. This is the h1 tag, and within this h we have this image, right? So here we have already added the width and aspect a square. So we will add the CSS properties in this h2. So in this h2 we will add the class name, and in this one we need to add the text size. So the text size will be 3XL, and after that we will add the text size 5XL for a small and our screen size, and then we will add the font semi-bold and margin bottom. Next we will add the CSS properties in this paragraph text. So let's add the class name, and in this one we will add the margin from the bottom, and we will define the maximum width, that is medium. Then we will add the classes in this get started button. So in this get started button, let's add the class name, and here we will add the border, and we will add the border color. Then we will add rounded full. Then we will add the padding from X and padding from Y. Next we will add the hover effect. So just add hover, and here we will change the background color BG gray 100. Then transition all. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have this image in the center, then we have this text, hey developer, welcome to our app, and then some small paragraph text and this get started button. And you can see the background color is changing when I move cursor over this button, correct? Now we have to add the gradient color in the background of this home page, right? So let's come back and we will open home.jsx, right? And here we have this div. So in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's add flex column and item center justify center, so that all the contents inside this div will be in the center. Then we have to add the minimum height. So the min height will be 100 VH, so we will add min height a screen. Then we have to add the background image, so we'll add BG and we'll add square bracket, and in this one we have to add the URL because we are adding the background image. So in this URL we will add this small bracket, and here we have to provide the image path. So here we will add double quote, and in this one let's add /BG underscore img dot png. So this is the image that we have added in the public folder, right? After that we have to add the position for this background image, and we will set the background cover. So BG cover and BG center. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see colorful background behind this text that covers the entire screen, right? And now these texts are aligned in the center of this screen, correct? So now we have designed the home page of our application. Now we will create the login page of our application. So first we have to add the click function on this login button. So let's come back and open navbar.jsx file, and in this one you can see here we have added the button tag. So in this button we have to add the navigate function. So first we have to import the navigate. So here before this return statement, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate hook from React Router DOM. So you can see it has been imported, right? So we have added const navigate is equal to use navigate. Now we will use this here in this button tag. So in this button tag, let's add on click equal to one arrow function and call this navigate. And in this one we have to provide the path so that when we click here, the web page will be navigated to this path. So just add code /login. So whenever we will click on this button, it will open the login path. Now just come back, and if I click on this button, you can see we are on the login page. So now we will add the elements on this login page. So let's come back and open login.jsx file, right? And in this one, first we have to define one state, because on this page we have to create both login and registration form. So here, before this return statement, let's add const. We will use the state variable. So write the state variable name state, and the setter function name is setState. And here we will use the use state hook. So use state has been imported from React. Now in this one we have to add the initial value. So we will initialize this using signup. So initially it should display the sign up form, right? Now here we have this div where we have added the h1. So just remove this title from this div, and in this one first we have to add one image. So we will add the image tag, and in this one we have to add the logo. So just add assets.logo, right? Now in this one we have to add some classes. So we will add the class name, and here we have to add position absolute left, then we will add the top, then we will add the width for different screen size, and we will add cursor pointer like this. After this image we will add one div, and in this div we will add the text in h2 tag. So the text will be either create account or login. So here we are going to use the state that we have just created, this one, right? So here we will add curly braces state equal to sign up. If the state is equal to sign up, in that case the text will be create your account like this. And if the state is not equal to sign up, so here we have to add colon, and here we will add the text called login to your account like this. Now if I come back to the web page, here you can see create your account because the state is sign up. And after this h2, let's add one text in p tag, and here also we have to add different text according to this state. So just copy this same statement, paste it in this p tag, and here we will add a state is equal to sign up. If it is sign up, then we will add same text create your account and login to your account. But in the first title, which is the h2 title, in this one let's add the small text. So here we will add create account, that's it. And here we will add login. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see create account, create your account. So after adding this h2 and p, we will add the class name in this div tag. So here we will add the class name, and in this one we have to add flex item center justify center, so that all the contents will be in the center. Then we'll add the minimum height, that will be 100 VH, so we will add min height a screen. Then we have to add the padding for different screen size, and after that we have to add the gradient color in the background. So here we will add background gradient to BR, and here we will add from blue 200 to purple 400. Save the changes, come back to the web page. So you can see this gradient color in the background, right? After that you can see this text here in the center, create account and create your account, right? Now just come back and we have to create the form. So after this p tag, we will add the form tag. Remove this action, and in this form tag, let's add a div. And in this div, we will add the image tag, And in this image, let's add src curly braces assets dot person icon. So we have added the image. After that, we have to add the input field. So write input, the type will be text, and here we will add the placeholder. So in the placeholder, we will add the text called full name. Then we have to add the required property. So it will be required to submit this form. Placeholder required, correct? After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. So here you can see one input field, correct? Now just come back, and here we have this div. So in this div, we will add some classes. So in this div, let's add class name property, and here we will add the margin from bottom, then flex, item center, then we will add gap of 3. Then we will add the width full, and we will add the padding from X and padding from Y. Then we will add rounded full, and we will add background. Here we will add one custom color code in this, a square bracket, correct? Now you can see this icon and this input field. So here we have this user icon, right? Now for this input field also we will add the class name. So here we have this input field. So in this one we will add the class name, and here let's add the background transparent, and we will hide the outline. So we will add outline none, correct? Now this input field is looking good, right? After that, we have to add the color in the background of this div. So here you can see we have this div before this h2. So in this one, we will add the class name, and here let's add background slate 900. After that, we will add the padding 10, then rounded large. Then we will add shadow large. Width will be full. Then we will add width for different screen, SM, width 96. Then we will add the text color, and we will add the text small. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see this background color that contains this text and this input field. Next, we will add the CSS properties for these text, right? So just come back, and here we have this text in h2, right? So we will add the class name in this h2. So here let's add text 3XL, that will increase the text size. Then we will change the font weight. So we will add font semi bold. Then we will add the text white, then text center, and we will add the margin from bottom. Next, we will add the class name in this p tag. So we will add the class name, and here we will add the text center, then text small and margin bottom. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see this text create account in big size, and then we have this a small text, and then we have this input field with user icon, and the placeholder text is full name. So we have added first input field. Similarly, we will add more input fields for email ID, password, right? So let's come back and just duplicate this div 2 times. Now in the second one, we will add another icon. So instead of this person icon, we will add mail icon. And here we have this input type, right? So instead of this text, we will add email. Input type will be email, and in this placeholder, we will add email ID. So we have updated the icon, placeholder and type. After that, here we have this last div. So in this one we'll add different icon. So let's add lock icon. In this type we will set password. And in this placeholder we will type password. Save the changes, come back to the web page. So here you can see we have 3 input field: full name, email ID, password, right? And after that we have to add one text, that is forgot password. So just come back, and here we have this div for the last input field. So after this div, let's add the p tag, and in this one we will add the text called forgot password. So you can see this text here. So now in this one we'll add some classes. So let's add the class name, and we will provide margin from bottom. Then we will add the text, that is the text color. Then we will add cursor pointer like this. So you can see some changes in this color, that is forgot password text, right? After that we have to add one button. So let's come back, and after this p tag we will add the button tag. And in this button, either we will add sign up or login. So instead of adding the text, we can simply use this state that is here. So in this state we have added sign up. So if we add sign up, this state variable will display the text called sign up, right? So here in this button we will add the curly braces and write state. So you can see the text called sign up. So now we have to add the CSS properties for this sign up button. So in this button tag, we will add the class name, and in this one, let's add the width. Then we will add the padding from Y and round it full, right? Then we have to change the background of this button. So in the background, we will add the gradient color. So here we will add BG gradient to right, then first color code and second color code. Then we have to add the text color, that will be white, and we will add the font weight. So the font will be medium. So we have added this text white, font medium. Now you can see this button looks good, that is sign up button, right? Next we have to add some other text also, like already have an account or you don't have any account. So just come back, and after this form tag, here we will add the p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text called already have an account. After that we will add a span tag within this p. So add this span tag, and within this span we will add login here like this, correct? Now let's come back to the web page. Here you can see we have this text already have an account, then login here. Here we need the space, so let's add curly braces, single quote and a space. So now we have a space right before this login here. Now in this one we will add some classes. So in this p tag we will add the class name, and we will add text color, then we will add text center, then text small and margin top. After that we will add the classes in this span tag also. So here in this span tag we will add the class name, and here we have to add the text blue 400, then we will add cursor pointer, and we will add underline effect. So just add underline in this span. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see here we have a small text already have an account, then we have this login here with underline, correct? Similarly, we have to add one more line. So just duplicate this p tag, and here we will replace the text. So the text will be don't have an account. Replace this text, don't have an account, and here in this span tag we will add the text called sign up like this. So in this span we have added this sign up text. Save the changes, come back to the web page. So now you can see here we have another text also, don't have an account, sign up, right? Next, we have to hide some text from this form, and we will also hide the input field for login form. Right now we have created the sign up form that contains name, email and password, but whenever we will switch to login form, it should display only email and password. For that we will use the state that we have added here, right? So here scroll down and you can see we have added the form tag, and in this form tag the first input field is full name. So this full name should be displayed in sign up form only. So here let's add curly braces and we will add a state, and we will check state equal to sign up. So if the state is sign up, then only this first input field should be displayed. So here we will add AND operator, and after that we will add this small bracket, and within this small bracket we will place this div like this. So we have added a state equal to sign up, AND operator, then a small bracket, and in this small bracket we have added the first div that contains the first input field, that is name input field. So whenever the state is sign up, then only the first input field will be displayed. After that scroll down, here we have two text. So here also we will use the state. So after this form tag, let's add curly braces. In this one we will add a state equal to sign up. Question mark, here we are using the ternary operator. We will add curly braces, then here we will add a small bracket, then add colon and a small bracket, right? Now in the first one we will move this first p tag, and in this second small bracket we will move this second p tag. So let me move it in the new line so you can see clearly. So whenever the state is sign up, then this first p tag will be displayed. If the state is not equal to sign up, then this second p tag will be displayed, right? Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Right now you can see here we have three input field, and this text already have an account, login here. So now we have to add the on click feature on this login text. So just come back, and here in this span tag, this one where you can see the text login here, in this span we will add on click, and we will add one arrow function, and here we will call the setter function, that is set a state, and in this one let's add login like this. Now just copy this on click from here and paste it in this second span also, and here we will add sign up. So whenever we will click on these link, it will change the state from login to sign up or sign up to login. Now just come back. If I click on this login here, you can see it is displaying login form with this message, login to your account, and we have the email ID and password. Then we have this login button. And if I click on this sign up text, it is displaying the sign up form with this message, create your account, and the input field is name, email, password, and this sign up button. So we can switch between sign up and login form, correct? Next we have to create some state variables where we will store the data that we will enter in these input field, right? So just come back, scroll up, and here we will create three state variables. So here let's add const name, that is the first state variable. Setter function is set name, and we'll use a state and initialize it with empty string. Now just duplicate it, and the second one will be email. Setter function name is set email. Now the third one will be password. and the setter function name is setPassword. So we will store the input field data in these state variables. For that, just scroll down. Here we have this form tag. So in this form tag, we have the first input field, this one. So in this input field, let's add the onChange property. And in this one, let's add curly braces and E for the event, and use this arrow function. And here we will use this setter function set name, because this is the name input field. And here we will use this event dot target dot value. So whatever we will add in this input field, that will be stored in the name state using this setter function. And here in this input field, we have to add the value also. So write value property, and in this value we will add name. So let me move it in next line so you can see clearly. Here we have the input field where we have added this onChange, then we have this value, then we have these class name. So right now we have added these two lines in this input field, correct? So now just copy this line and we will add it in other input field also. So scroll down, and here we have the next input field. So in this one, let's add a space. We will paste it onChange is equal to set email, and here we will add email. Scroll down, and in the next input field, we will add the same thing, and we will update set password. And here in this value, we will add password. Now just come back to the web page, and here you can see we have this logo and this text called forget password. So we have to add the click feature on these text and logo. So just come back, and here first we will add navigate. So here let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. So use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now just copy this navigate and scroll down, and here we have added the logo in this image tag. So in this image we will add the onClick property, and in this one provide one arrow function and provide this navigate function, and here just provide the path /. So it will open the home page. After that, scroll down, and here we have this forgot password text in p tag. So in this p, we will add onClick, add the arrow function, and use this navigate function. And here we will provide the path, that is reset password, so that whenever we will click on this one, it will open the reset password page. So now just come back, and if I click on this forgot password, you can see we are on reset password page. If I come back and click on this logo, it will open the home page. And if I click on this login button, it will open this login page, right? Next, we have to add the login and registration functionality in this app. For that, let's come back. And here we have to create one context. So you can see here we have this context folder. So in this context folder, we will create a new file called app context.jsx. Here we have to create one context. So we'll add export const app context equal to create context. So this create context has been imported from React. We have already discussed how to create a context and work with context in React application in our dedicated video about React hooks. You can find that tutorial link in the video description. After creating this context, we have to create the app context provider. So we'll add export const app context provider equal to one arrow function, and here we will add props, and here we will add the return statement, and it will return one app context dot provider. So just add app context dot provider. We will add the opening arrow and close it. So we have added app context dot provider, and in this one we have to provide the value, and within this tag we have to provide curly braces props dot children. Correct. Now in this value object we can pass any state variables or functions, and we can access it in any component. So we will declare that value here. So here just add const value equal to one object, right? And pass this value here. That's it. Now we can declare any function here, and we can pass it in this value object, and we can also pass the state variables. So first we need the URL of our backend server. So as you know, we have already created the backend server. If I open the terminal, here you can see we have two terminals, right? That is for client and server. So in this server you can see our backend is running. So server started on port 4000. It means our backend is running on localhost port 4000, right? And if I come back to the web browser, you can see if I refresh it, we are getting API is working, and this is the backend URL. So just come back, and we have to add this backend URL in the .env file. So let's open this client folder, and in this client folder we'll create a new file called .env, and here we will add variable name wheat. We have created this front end using wheat package. That's why we have to initialize the variable name, that means environment variable name, with wheat. So just add wheat underscore backend URL equal to this link. From here we will remove this / from the end. It should be like this: localhost port 4000. Now just come back to the app context, and here we will add one variable. So let's add const backend URL equal to import dot meta dot env dot and the environment variable name wheat underscore this one wheat underscore backend URL. Now we can pass this backend URL in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. After that we'll add some other state variables also that will be used in our project in different components. So here let's add const, and the state variable name is logged in, and setter function name is set is logged in equal to user state, and initialize it with false. It means initially is logged in will be false, user will be logged out. After that we'll add one more state variable, so we will duplicate it, and here we'll add the state name user data, and it will be set user data, and it is also false. Next we have to pass these state and setter function in this value, so just add this with comma. We will add this setter function, comma, we will add this user data and add this set user data like this. After that, we will come back to the login.jsx, and here we will get the backend URL from our context. So to get the data from the context, we will use context hook. So let's add const curly braces backend URL equal to use context. So use context has been imported from React, and in this use context we will add the context that we have created, that is app context, this one. But before using this app context, we have to add this app context in main.jsx file. So let's open this main.jsx, and here you can see we have added this browser router. So after that, we have to add the app context provider. So first we will import that. We will add import statement curly braces app context provider from context folder app context.jsx file. Now let's copy this app context provider and add it here. After this, browser router, close this tag and move this app component within this app context provider. So now we will get the support of app context in this React application. So we can access any data from the context in any other component. Now just come back to the login.jsx file. So here we have this backend URL now, and with this backend URL we will also get the is logged in status. So just add set is logged in. So now we have this backend URL and set is logged in setter function. Next we have to add the functionality so that when we click on the submit button of this login form, this one, then it should create an account or log into the user account. So just come back, and here you can see this form tag, right? So in this form tag we will add the on submit property, and in this one we will add one function. So just add one function on submit handler like this. Next we have to declare this function. So just copy, and here before this return statement we will add const on submit handler equal to asynchronous arrow function, and here we will get the event, and in this one let's add the try catch statement. In this one let's add e.prevent default, so that when we click on the submit button it will prevent the browser from reloading this web page, right? After that we have to check about the state, whether the state is sign up or login. So here we will add the if statement, and let's add a state equal to sign up. So if the state is sign up, then we will hit the user registration API, and if the state is not equal to sign up, then we will hit the user login API, right? So here we will add the else statement also, if else, correct? So let's complete this if statement. So in this one we have to make the API call to our registration API. So here let's add await Axios. So this Axios has been imported. Dot post method, we will make the post request, and here we have to provide the endpoint URL. So first we will add the backend URL, that is localhost port 4000. After that we will concatenate the remaining path. So the remaining path is /API/auth/register. So this is the API endpoint, and on this API endpoint, we have to send the email and name and password, right? So here just add curly braces. We will add the name, comma, email, comma, password, like this. So whenever we will make the post request on this one, we will get some response. So here we will store the response in one data. So just add const curly braces data equal to await. So we will get the response here. And in this API request, we have to send the cookies also. So to send the cookies, we have to make the with credential true for this API request. So here we can write axios dot defaults dot with credentials true. So it will send the cookies also with this request. Now here we will get the data from the API request. So first we will check this response data. So we will add the if statement and we will add data dot success. If this success is true, then what will happen? We will make set is logged in and we will make it true. It means the user is logged in. After that, we will add navigate so that we can navigate to different page. So here we will add navigate and provide the path home, right? And in this if we will add the else statement also, and for this one we will add one error. So just add alert data dot message, like this. So it will add one message in the alert. So instead of displaying the error message in the alert, we can use the toast notification also, right? So let me add the toast notification in this project using Toastify. So we have already added the Toastify package in our project while creating the React application, right? So let's open app.jsx file, and here we have to import React Toastify. So let me just come back to the web browser and we will search for React Toastify. Open this link, scroll down. So here we have two statements. Just copy this one and paste it here. From this one we can remove this toast. Now just copy this toast container, and before this routes, let's add opening arrow toast container and close this tag. So we have added toast container here before this routes, right? Now just come back to the login.jsx, and in this one we have to import the toast. So scroll up and here we will add import curly braces toast from React Toastify, and instead of this alert we will use toast.error and provide data.message. That's it. So the error message will be displayed in beautiful toast notification, right? And here we have this catch block. So if any error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here also we will add this same thing. So we will add toast.error data.message. So here in this try block we have added if statement, and we are checking if the state is sign up. Then we are making the API call at this endpoint, that is user registration, right? Suppose the state is not equal to sign up. In that case, we will make the API request at login endpoint. So just copy the same things from here, from this if statement, and paste it in this else, like this. And here we have to change the API endpoint. So it will be backend URL/API/auth/login. So it will make the API call to login endpoint. And For login, we have to send only email and password. So we will add email and password. Now we will check if the data that we are receiving from the response data.success is true, then set is logged in will be true and navigate to home page. And if the success is not equal to true, then this toast notification will be displayed. Right? Now we can log in on our web page. So let's come back. And here we have this sign up form, and if I click here, it will open the login form. So in this login form, let me add the email ID. And here we will add the password. Then click on login button. So it's not working. So let's inspect this web page. Go to console, and here we have some error. So you can see the error message. This URL has been blocked by CORS policy, right? So we have to add this URL in our backend server, and we have to allow it from our Express app. So just come back and let's go to server folder, then open server.js file. And in this one, you can see we have added this CORS where we have added credentials true. So in this one, we have to add our front-end link, right? So instead of adding the link here, let me add one variable. So here, let's add const allowed origins equal to, and here in this array you can add all the front-end URL where you want to use this backend server. So let me add the front-end link here. So our front-end is running at this URL localhost port 5173, and if you want to use this backend server on another URL, then you can use the comma and add single quote, and in this one you can add another URL also. So I am going to use only one URL, and we will add this allowed origins here in this app.use CORS, and let's add curly braces, and then in this one we will add origin colon allowed origins, then add comma like this. You can see this line, origin colon allowed origins comma credentials true. That's it. Save the changes. Now just come back and click on this login button again. Now you can see invalid password. So let me add the another password. So now we are successfully logged in and redirected to home page, correct? So after redirecting to home page, we need to update the name also. Here it is displaying Hey Developer. So instead of this Hey Developer, we have to add the user's name. So we have to make the API call to our API endpoint that gives the user data, right? So we have created one API to get the user data. As you can see here in this backend, we have this /API/user, and in this routes we have this user route where you can see /data. So it will get the user's detail, right? So let's come back to the front end, that is the client folder, and in this one we will open context and app context.jsx, and in this app context we will create a function that will get the user data. So here before this value object, let's add const, and we will add get user data equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we will add the try catch block because we have to make the API call. And here let's add const data equal to await axios dot get method, and here we will provide the backend URL and concatenate the remaining path. So it is /API/ user/data, and after that we will add data.success ? So we are using the ternary operator. If the data.success is true, then we will use the setter function setData or setUserData. You can see here we have added setUserData. So setUserData, and in this one we will use this data.userData that we are getting from response, and here we will add colon. Suppose the data.success is false. In that case, here we will add toast.error, and in this one we will add data.message. So it will display the error message in the toast notification. Let me add the same thing in this catch block. Toast.error, error.message. So now we have created this getUserData function. Now we will pass it through this value object. So just add comma and we will add getUserData. After that we will come back to the login.jsx file, and in this one we will get that function. So just add getUserData. We will get it from context file, and we will call this function here. After setting the is logged in true, we will call this function getUserData. So it will get the user data, and we will call this function here also in this login API call. Correct? After that we will come to header.jsx file, and in this one we will get that user data function from app context. So before this return statement, let's add const user data equal to user data from use context, and we will get it from app context. After that, just copy this user data, and here we have added this text, hey developer. So after this hey, we will add curly braces. We will add user data question mark. If the user data is available, then we will add user data dot name, and if it is not available, then we will display this text developer like this, and we have to add it in quote, and then we'll add exclamation sign like this. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So just come back and click on this login button, go to login form, add the email ID, enter the password and login. Now you can see the text here. It is displaying the user's name, Hey Avinash. Correct? So now we are getting the user data on our home page. Next, we have to replace this login button because we are already logged in. So instead of this login, we have to display one circular icon, and with that we will add two menu links that will be verify account and log out, so that user can log out from this account. Right? So just come back, and here we have this app context. So in this one, we will create one more function that will be get auth state. So it will check the authentication status, whether the user is authenticated or not. For that, we have already created the API endpoint. So here, let's add const, and we will add function name get auth status or get auth state equal to asynchronous arrow function. Here we will add the try catch block, and in this catch block let's add toast.error, error.message, and here also we will add error.message. Correct? And if I go to this login.jsx, and in this one we have added catch block. So in this one we will add error.message. Again, come back to the app context and let's complete this try block. So in this one, we will make the API call for the isAuth API endpoint. So just add const data equal to await axios dot get, and we will provide the backend URL. Then plus we will add / API / auth / isAuth. This one. If I come back to the backend folder, in this auth routes, you can see here we have isAuth. Here we have added post method. So instead of this post, we will add get. In this auth router, we are updating this get method for this is authenticated endpoint. Save the changes, and here in this app context, we are using axios.get backend URL / API / auth / isAuth. Right? Now we will add the if statement. We will check if data.success is true. If it is true, then we will add set is logged in true. If the user is already authenticated, then we will make set is logged in true. User will be logged in, and we will add get user data function. So it will call this get user data function so that we can get the user's name. Now we will call this function whenever the page will get loaded. For that we have to use the use effect. So before this value object, we will add use effect, add the arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array, and in this one simply call this isAuth state function. That's it. So whenever we will load the web page, it will check for the auth status and it will get the user detail. After that, we will open navbar.jsx file, and in this one we will get the user data from app context. So just add const user data, and we will get it from use context and app context. So use context and app context has been imported. From this app context, we will also get the backend URL. Then we will get the set user data. Then we will add set is logged in setter function. After getting these data from app context, here let's add the ternary operator. We will use this user data. If the user data is available, then we will display one div. So just add curly braces. We will add user data question mark. If it is available, then this div will be displayed, right? And if it is not available, then we will display this button. So just move this button after this colon like this. So if the user data is available, it will be displayed, and if the user data is not available, it means user is logged out. Then this login button will be displayed, and when the user is available, it means the user is logged in. Then in this div we have to display one icon. So here let's add the user data. We will add it in curly braces, user data dot name, and from this name we need the first character. So just add index 0, then we will add 2 uppercase like this. So now we'll get the first letter of the user's name. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Here you can see A, that is the first letter of this name Avinash, right? Instead of the login, we are getting this A letter. Now just come back, and here we have to add some CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name And here we will add the width and height. We will add flex, justify, center, item, center. Next we have to add the rounded full so that it will be circular and the background will be black. Then we have to add the text color white. Next we have to add the position relative so that we can add some other content at absolute position. And here we will add group so that we can use the hover on this element. So after adding this, if I come back, you can see one circle here, and in this circle we have the first character of this name Avinash, that is the user's name who is logged in. Now we have to add the hover effect on this later. So just come back, and here after this user data name uppercase, we will add another div, and this div will be absolute. So here just add the class name absolute, and by default it will be hidden. And whenever we will hover on the circle icon, then it will be visible. So just add group hover, and then we will add block. So again it will be visible. Here we have to add the position. So top 0, then right 0, then we will add the Z 10. Then we will add the text color. So the text will be black. After that we will add rounded and padding from top. Now in this one we have to add two items. So we will add the UL tag, and in this UL tag we will add li. So in the first li we will add the text called verify email, duplicate it, and in the second one we will add text called logout, like this. Come back, and here you can see if I hover on this one, we have the verify email and logout, correct? So next we have to add some CSS properties. Now just come back, and in this UL we will add some classes. So let's add the class name, and we will provide list none, margin 0, padding 2, then we will add the background gray 100 and text small. After that we will add the class name in this first li tag. So just add class name, and here we have to add the padding y, then padding x, and we will add the hover effect. So just add hover, background gray 200, then cursor pointer. Now we will add the same thing in the second button also, or second link. So just add the class name and paste the same class name. And in this one we have to add the padding from the right side. So just add PR 10 because it's a small text. Now just come back to the web page, and here you can see we have this email verify and this logout link, correct? It looks good. So whenever user is logged in, then we don't have the login button, and here we have the logout button. Now just come back, and here you can see we have this first link verify email. Suppose the user has already verified their email, then we have to hide it, right? For that we will use the user data. So we already have the user data here. So here before this li, let's add curly braces, user data dot is account verified property that we have added in the database is account verified, and operator. So whenever it is true, then this li will be displayed. So we will add this li here, then close this tag here, I mean curly braces. So whenever this is true, then it should be hidden. So here we have to add the not at the exclamation. So whenever it is false, when the user is not verified, then this verify email will be displayed, and if the user is already verified, then this verify email should be hidden. So you can see if I hover, we have the logout option. We don't have the verify email because my account is already verified. I have already verified my email ID. If I go to database, here you can see in this one, you can see the property is account verified true. So if it is true, then that verify link is hidden. So now we have the logout link only, right? So just come back, and here we will add the functionality for logout. So scroll up, and before this return statement, let's add const logout equal to asynchronous addo function, and here we will add the try catch statement because we have to make the API call. And for this API call, we will add Axios defaults with credentials true so that we can send the cookies. And after that, we will add const data await axios.post method and backend URL, then path /API/auth/logout. So we are calling the logout API endpoint. After that, we will check if the data.success is true. So we will use the AND operator, and here we will make set logged in false, and then we will add this data.success is true, then we will set user data false, so the user data will be false. And after that, we will navigate the user on home page. If user is on another page, then the user will be navigated to home page using this navigate, correct? Now in this catch block, simply add toast.error is equal to error.message. Next, we have to link this logout function from this logout link in this li tag. So in this li tag, we will add on click and provide this logout, correct? Save the changes, come back to the web page, and now if I click on this logout, it should work. So let's open console. Toast is not defined. Just come back, and here in this navbar we have to import toast. So just add import toast from React Toastify. Now if I click here, Axios is not defined, so we have to import the Axios also. Import Axios from Axios. Again click on this logout. Now we are logged out. You can see the message hey developer, and here it is displaying the login button, right? So this logout functionality is working fine, and when we are logged in, we are getting a user name icon and logout link and verify email link. Now let me come back to the MongoDB database, and here you can see in this data we have is account verified property true. Let me make it false. So I'll click on edit and select and make it false. Click on update. After that, let's log in on this website again. If I hover on this icon, you can see we have one more option called verify email, correct? Now you can see this name here, hey Avinash, but if I refresh this web page, you can see it is again displaying hey developer, and we are getting this login button. But we have already logged in on this website, but still it is giving the login button and this default name, that is developer. So to correct this one, just come back and we will open this app context.jsx file. Here we are making this API call for this each auth API endpoint, but we are not sending the cookies. So to send the cookies with this API request, we have to add with credentials true. So here let me add axios dot defaults dot with credentials, and it will be true. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see again it is displaying this user's name icon and this verify email option and logout option, and here it is displaying name. If I refresh it, still it is displaying name, so it is working fine. Now we will add the functionality to verify the account using this link. So to add this account verify functionality, let me just come back. We will open navbar.jsx file, and in this navbar you can see we have added this text verify email. So on this one we have to add the click functionality, and for that we will add one function. So here scroll up, and here let's add a new function. We will add const send verification OTP equal to asynchronous arrow function, and in this one we will make the API call. So just add try catch statement. Correct. Here in this request we have to send the cookies, so just add axios dot defaults dot with credentials true, and after that we will make the API call on the send verification OTP API endpoint that we have already created in our backend. So here let's add const data equal to await axios dot post, and here we have to provide the backend URL that is here, and in this backend URL we will add the complete path of the API endpoint. So just add slash API slash auth slash send verify OTP. So after making this API call we will get some response. So here we will check if data dot success. If the data dot success is true, it means the email is successfully sent that contains the verification OTP. And after sending the OTP on the email, we have to navigate users on the verify email page. So we have already created the verify email page. You can see in this route we have this route where we are displaying this verify email or email verify page. So let's copy this path, email verify, and open navbar.jsx, and here we will add navigate function, and in this one we have to provide the path, this one. So after sending the OTP, user will be navigated to verify email page, and after that we will display one notification also. So here just add toast. Let's see toast is imported or not. Yes, toast is imported. So we will add toast dot success, and in this one we will add the message from this response. So we will add data dot message, and here we will add the else condition. Suppose this data dot success is false. In that case we will add toast dot error, and in this error we will add this data dot message. Now suppose any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here also we will add one toast notification. So just add toast dot error and provide this error dot message. That's it. So we have created this function that will send the OTP on the email ID and redirect the user on email verify page. So now we have to link this function with this text which is in the li tag. So here it is. Correct. So in this li tag we will add onClick, and in this onClick provide this function. That's it. Now whenever we will click on that link that says verify email, it will send a verification OTP and user will be redirected to verify email page. So now we have to add the functionality on verify email page. So let's open email verify.jsx, and here we have to create a form where user can enter the OTP, where user can enter the OTP to verify their email ID. So here we will remove this title, and in this one we have to add background color and we will add one logo. So we have already added that in the login.jsx. So let me open it. Open this login.jsx file, and from here let's copy this class name from the first div. Just copy it and open this one and paste it here. So in this div we have added this class name that will add the gradient color in the background. Let me remove this padding, and it will add flex, item center, justify center, and minimum height. Now within this div we have to add one logo. So let's copy the logo from here, from this login.jsx. Just copy this logo, that is the img tag, and paste it here. That's it. After this logo we have to add one form. So we will add the form tag. Now in this form we have to add the class name. So we will add class name, and here we have to add the background, then we'll add some padding, and then we will add the border radius. So we are adding rounded LG, that is large. After that we have to add some shadow, and we have to add the width and text size. So we have added shadow large, width 96, and text small. Now within this form we have to add one title. So we will add the title in H1, and here we will add the text called email verify OTP, and after that we have to add some text in small size. So we will add the p tag, and in this one we will add the text called enter the 6-digit code sent to your email ID. Now for this title and text we will add some classes. So let's add the class name in this title. So we will add the class name and provide text white, then text 2XL, then font semi bold, text center, and margin bottom. After that we will add the classes in paragraph text. So in this P we will add a class name and add this class name, text center, margin bottom, text color, that is indigo 300. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click here on verify email, you can see we are redirected to this email verify page, but right now this page is blank. So let me just come back. Here we have added this email verify page, and if I go to app.jsx, we have mounted it here. It is correct here. So let me come back to the web page and inspect this web page. Click on console. So here we have this error, assets is not defined. So let's come back and open email verify.jsx, and you can see here we are using assets.logo. So we have to import assets. Import assets from assets folder, assets file. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see the gradient color, and here we have this text email verify OTP, then we have the small text enter the 6-digit code sent to your email ID, right? Next we have to add the input fields where user can enter the OTP. Before that let me check my email. So here I have received this email, account verification OTP. Let me open this. So here you can see your OTP is this, verify your account using this OTP. So we can use this OTP to verify the account. Now let me just copy it and come back to the web page. So here we have to create the input fields where we can enter the OTP. So just come back to the VS Code, and here after this p tag within this form we have to create the input fields. So let's add one div where we will create multiple input fields, because we have to create 6 input field to enter 6-digit OTP. Now in this div we will add the class name, flex, justify between, and margin bottom 8. After that, here we have to add the input field, and we have to add 6 input fields that will be same. So here we will add one array, just add curly braces, array, right, 6. So it will create an array, and in this one we will add fill 0. Then we will add the map method, and in this map we have to add one arrow function, and here we will add underscore, comma, and index. Now in this function we will add one input field. So the input type will be text. After that, we will add the maximum length. So the maximum length will be 1, because we can add only one digit in one input field. So maximum length is 1. After that, we have to add the key property, and in this key we will add index. So it will add one index in all input fields starting from 0 to 5, total 6. After that, we have to add the required property. So this field will be required to submit the form. We will add it here, required. Now in this input field, let's add some classes. So we'll add the class name, then we will add width, and we will add the height. It will be same. Then we have to add the background color, and here we will add one custom color code. Next we will add text, so the text will be white. After that, we will add text center, and we will add the text size large, or let me add extra large. And now we will add border radius, so just add rounded medium. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, that input field is not visible here. So let's come back, and instead of this curly braces, we will add a small bracket. So let's add it here and replace this one also. Correct. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have 6 input fields where we can enter the OTP. After that, just come back, and here we will add one button to submit this form. So after this div, we will add the button tag, and in this button we will add the text verify email. Correct. Now we'll add some classes in this button. So just add the class name, and here we will provide width full. Then we will add the padding from y-axis. Then we will add the background, and in the background we will add the gradient color. So let me add this gradient background. Here is the first color code, and this is the second color. After that, we have to add the text color. So the text will be white, and we will add the border radius. So just add rounded full. After adding this, if I come back, you can see this button looks good. Verify email. Now whenever we will enter one OTP here, so we have to store that OTP in any variable. So just come back, and here we will come back to email verify.jsx file and scroll up, and before this return statement, let's add const input ref, or let me add refs, input refs, because in this we will add multiple input fields. So let's add equal to react.useRef and initialize it with empty array like this. Now we have to link this input refs with the input field. So scroll down, and here we have this input field. So in this input field, we will add ref, and here let's add e and arrow function, that is event. Then we will add input refs dot current, then index equal to event. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, here if I type any number like 2, then we have to go to next input field manually using this cursor. We can go here and type 5, let's type 6, right? So we have to move the cursor from one input field to another. So to solve this one, let's come back. Let me delete it and come back to the VS Code, and we have to add the input handler. So after this ref, here we will add on input, and here we will add the arrow function where we will add the event, and let's add this arrow function. Here we will add one input handler function. So just add the function name, handle input, and here we will add the event and index. Now we have to define this function. So just copy this one and scroll up. Here we will create that function. So let's add const handle input equal to one arrow function, and in this one we will get two parameters, that is event and index. Now we will check if event dot target dot value e dot target dot value dot length, if it is greater than 0, it means we have added the value in any input field. Then we will add the AND operator. If we have entered the value in any input field, then we are checking whether the input field, that is the current input field, is less than last input field. So we will add index less than input refs dot current dot length minus 1. So we are less than last input field. So here we will add input refs dot current dot, or we can use a square bracket. We will increase the index. So just add index plus 1. So it will focus the next input field automatically, like this. So after adding this, if I come back to the web page and type anything in the first input field, now you can see we are automatically moved to the second input field. If I type something in the second one, it will move the pointer to third input field. So like this we can type the numbers easily, right? Next we have to add the functionality to delete the number using backspace. For that, just come back and here we'll add one function. So just add const. Let's add the function name handle key down equal to e comma index. Here also in this parameter we need the event and current index. Create the arrow function, and here also we will check. We will add the if statement and we will check e dot key equal to backspace. Suppose we have entered the backspace on keyboard. Then we will add the AND operator and we will check if the e dot target dot value, if the value is empty string, like this, then we will add the AND operator and we will check if the index is greater than 0. It means we are not at the first input field. Then what will happen? We will move the focus to the previous input field. so that we can enter anything in the previous input field after pressing the backspace key. So here we have to change the focus to previous index. So just add this one, input refs current index +1. So write it here and make it index -1. That's it. Now we have to link this handle key down function with the input field. So let's scroll down, and after this on input, let's add on key down, and in this one let's add one arrow function with e and provide this function that we have just created, and here we will provide event and index. That's it. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click on backspace key, you can see it will delete it, and click again. So we will move to previous one. Let's click again. It will move to previous one. Like this, we can easily delete the numbers from these input field. Next, we have to add the paste functionality, so that when we paste the OTP using Ctrl V, then it will simply add all 6-digit OTP in different input fields. So let's come back, and here we will create a function that will handle the paste feature, right? So let's add one function called handle paste. It will be one arrow function, and here we will add the event, right? Now in this one we will add const that will get the values that is stored in the clipboard data. So just add paste equal to e dot clipboard data dot get data. So whatever we have copied, that will be added here, right? And after that we have to split the copied data, because we have added 6-digit OTP in the clipboard data, so we have to split it. So just add const paste array equal to paste dot split, and just add the empty string. That's it. Now we'll get one array of 6 characters, right? That is the 6-digit OTP. Now we have to paste all these numbers one by one in each input field. For that we will add paste array dot for each, and we will add the arrow function, and here we will get each character. So just add char, and we will add the index, correct? Here we will add the if statement, and we will check if input refs dot current is index, then we will add input refs dot current index, and in this one we will add the value, and we will add the value that is this one char. So it will add each number in each input field. Next we have to link this paste function. So scroll down. Here you can see we have added this div. In this div we have added all the input fields, right? So in this div we will add on paste and provide this function, that is handle paste. Save the changes and come back. Now let me just copy the OTP from the email ID, this one, and paste it here. You can see it works. We can simply paste the OTP, and each digit will be added in each input field. Now we have to add the functionality on this verify email button, so that it will send this OTP to our backend server and it will verify our account. So to make this functionality, let's come back, and we have to create a function that will handle this form. So let's scroll up, and here we will create a function const on submit handler, and it will be asynchronous function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Here also we will get the event. Now in this one we will add the try catch block, because we have to add the API call. Now in this one, first we have to prevent the default functionality that will reload the web page when we submit the form. So after adding this e.preventDefault, it will not reload the web page when we submit this form, right? Now we have to get the OTP. So just add const OTP array equal to input refs dot current dot map, and here just add the event in the parameter, and it will return event dot value. So all the input field data will be added in this array, right? Now we have to join this array and create a single string. So just add const OTP equal to OTP array dot join, and add this empty string. After that we have the OTP. Now we will send this OTP on our backend API. So we have to add the API call. So here let's add const data equal to await. Here we will use Axios for the API call, axios.post method. Now here we have to add the backend URL. So first we have to get the backend URL from our context file. So here let's import the backend URL. We will add const curly braces backend URL, and we will get it from use context. And in this one we will add the app context. So use context and app context has been imported. Now from this context we will get some other data also, like we will get is logged in state, then we will get the user data from the state, and we will also get the get user data function, right? After that we have to send the cookies with this API request that we are adding here. Here we will add the API call. So in this one we have to send the cookies. So let's scroll up, and here we have to add axios.defaults, and in this one we will provide with credentials true. So it will add the cookies in the request. Now let's add the complete path for this API call. So first we will add the backend URL, and in this one we have to provide the complete path. So let's add /API /auth /verify account. Let me check the API endpoint in our backend code. So let's open this server and go to this user routes, and let's go to this auth routes, and here you can see we have this verify account endpoint, right? So it's correct. We will add the same thing here in this function. So we are adding this API endpoint verify account, and after that in this one we have to send the OTP also. So just add curly braces and provide OTP, correct? Now we will get the response. So just add if statement, and we will check if data dot success. If the data dot success is true, it means the account is successfully verified. So here we will add the toast notification. So just add toast dot success. and just add data dot message. So we will display the message that we are getting from the API request. And after that we will get the user data. So we have already imported this function get user data, and then we have to navigate the users on home page. Because the account is already verified, then the user will be redirected to home page. So for that, here we have to add the use navigate hook. So after this, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and you can see use navigate has been imported from React Router DOM. Now let's copy this navigate and scroll down, and after getting this user data, here we will add navigate, and in this one provide this home path. So user will be redirected to home page. If this data.success is false, then we will add the else statement, and here let's add one error message. So just add toast.error, and the message will be data.message that we are getting from the response. Suppose any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So here also we will add the toast error. So just add toast.error, and it will be error.message like this. Now save the changes, and next we have to link this onSubmit handler function with our form. So let's scroll down, and here we have added this form tag, right? So in this form tag we will add onSubmit and provide this function onSubmit handler. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Let's copy the OTP again and paste it here. Now click on verify email button. Now you can see this message, email verified successfully. Correct? So it is working, and if I hover on this icon, you can see we have the logout option. We don't have the verify email option because the account is already verified. Correct? Next we have to add one more thing here. Suppose user try to visit that page again. So let me open that. Verify email. So this page is opening if the user is already verified. So we have to redirect the user on home page whenever the user is already verified. So let's come back. And here before this return statement, we will add use effect. And in this one, we'll add the arrow function. And let's add the dependency array. In this one, we'll add is logged in and user data. And in this one, let's add is logged in is true. Then we will add user data. Suppose we have the user data also. Then we will add user data dot is account verified property. We will check if this is account verified property is true. Then what will happen? We will navigate the user. So just add navigate and provide the home path like this. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. If I refresh it, it is blank. So let's inspect this web page. So here you can see the message use data is not defined. So let me correct the spelling. We will come back here, and here we have added use data. So let's correct it. It will be user data. Save the changes and come back. Now you can see we are automatically redirected to home page. If I try to visit that page again, let's write the path verify email in this URL and press enter. So now you can see we are automatically redirected to home page because the account is already verified. Then we cannot open that account verification path. Correct? Now we have added the account verification functionality. Next, we have to add the functionality to reset our password. To add the reset password functionality in this website, first we will log out and click on this login button. Now click on this forgot password button. So it will open this reset password page. So first we have to design this web page. So just come back to the VS Code and open resetpassword.jsx file, and here we have this title. So in this page we have to add the gradient color in the background and we have to add the logo. So let me just copy the same thing from this email verify page. So just open this email verify.jsx and from here just copy this class name from the first div and paste it here in this reset password. After that we have to add the logo. So just copy the logo from here and paste it here. Here we are using assets, so let's import this assets. It has been imported. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So you can see on this reset password page we have this logo, right? Now just come back and here we are using this navigate function. So we have to add this navigate. So here we will add const navigate equal to use navigate. That's it. And after that here we have to add some title in this div. So after this image tag we have to create one form, and in that form we have to add one input field where user can enter the email ID so that we can send the password reset OTP on their email ID. So after this image tag, let's add one form tag. We are creating this form to enter the email ID. So let me add the comment. And in this form we have to add some classes. So just add the class name and we will copy the class name from here. Verify email or email verify.jsx file and just copy this class name from this form tag and paste it here. After that in this form tag you can see we have this title and text in p tag. So we will copy this one also and paste it here. Now here we will update the title and description. So in this one we will add the text called reset password, and in this p tag we will add the message called enter your registered email address, like this. After that we have to add one input field, and with that input field we will add the icon also. So let's add one div, and in this div we will add one icon using the img tag, and after that we will add the input field, and the input type will be email. Correct. Now in this div we will add some classes. So just add the class name, and here we will add the margin from bottom. Then we will add flex item center, then gap, then width full. Then we will add the padding from X and Y, then border radius and background color. Now in this image we have to add the src. So just add assets dot mail icon, and for this one we will add some classes. So just add the class name, and here we will provide the width and height. Now we have this input field. So in this input field let's add the placeholder, and in this placeholder we will add email ID. After that here we have to add the class name. So let's add the class name, and in this one we will add the background transparent and outline none, like this. Now if I come back to the web page, here you can see we have the email icon and this input field where we can type the email ID, right? You can see this color is black, so we have to change the color also. So just come back, and here we will add text white. Now we can add the text and it is in white color. Now after that we have to add the values in one variable that we will type in this input field. For that, here scroll up and here we will create some state variables. So let's add const email and the setter function name is set email equal to user state and initialize it with empty string. Now just copy this and scroll down, and in this input field we will add value property, and in this value we will paste this email. After that we will add the onChange property, and in this onChange we will add one arrow function with parameter event, and here we will add set email and provide the value that is entered in this input field. So just e.target.value. That's it. Now we will add the required property. So this input field will be required to submit the form. Now for this form, that is here, we have to add one button also. So we will add the button tag, and in this button we will add the text called submit. Now in this button we will add some classes, so just add the class name, and here we will add the width full, padding y, background gradient, then text white and border radius and margin top. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web page. Here we have some error, so let's inspect it. We are getting use navigate is not a function. Let's come back and see. Here we have added this use navigate, so let me correct it. Use state. Now it is correct. Save the changes and come back. Here we have the input field and one submit button. So we have created one form where user can enter the email ID and click on submit button, so that user will receive an email with reset password OTP. And after getting the OTP on email, user will see a input field to enter the password. So again we have to create a form. So scroll down, and here we will create another form. So after this form tag, that is here, let's add a space, and here we will add a new form for adding the OTP so that user can enter the OTP. So here let's add comment OTP input form. We will add the form tag, and you can see we have already added this form here. Correct. So just copy everything from here, this one, and paste it here. Correct. Now in this one we have to update this on submit handler. Let me remove it for now, and after that here we have this text. So in this text we will add reset password OTP. Then we have another text, so here we will add the message. Enter 6-digit code sent to your email ID. It is same. Now we will add this div, and in this div we have one array that display 6 input field. So it is same. We don't have to change anything here. After this input field, here we have this submit button, and let me change this padding. Here we will add 2.5. And now we have to import this input handler and handle key down function, and we will also add this handle paste function. So we have added it here in this email verify.jsx file. Here we have this handle input, and we have this input ref also. So let's copy this input ref, then this handle input function, then handle key down, then handle paste. Copy these functions and paste it here in this reset password. Now scroll down. Let me remove this on submit for now. Save the changes. After adding this, if I come back to the web page, here you can see we have two forms, reset password, then reset password OTP. In this input field, we can enter the email ID, and here we can enter the OTP. Now we'll add one more form where user can enter the new password. So just come back, and here you can see we have added the text verify email. So instead of this one, we'll add submit. Correct. Now after this form, let's add the comment. Enter new password. And here we have to add one form. So let's copy the previous form, that is here. Copy and paste it here. Now in this form, we will update the text. So let's add the title, that is new password. Now we will add a small text, and in this small text we will add enter the new password below. After that we have to update the icon. So here we will add assets.lock icon, and here we have this email and set email. Correct. So we have to change this one, and then we have this submit button. It should be same. So let's add a state variable called password. So scroll up, and here let's add a new state variable. So just duplicate this one, and we will add the variable name called new password. And the setter function name will be set new password. Correct. Now just copy this and scroll down, and in this last form we will add value is equal to new password, and in this add function we will add set new password. And here you can see the input type is email, so we will add input type password, and in this placeholder we will type password. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web page. So now you can see three forms, that is reset password OTP, and new password. Here user can enter the email ID, here user can enter the OTP, and here user can enter a new password. Next we have to hide two forms. Only one form will be displayed, and after submitting the first form it will display the second form, and after submitting the second form it will display the third form. For that, just come back, and here let's create some state variables. So first we will add const, and the variable name is email sent, and the setter function name is set is email sent, and the default value will be empty string, and we will make it true whenever we will send the OTP to reset the password. After that we'll add another state variable. So let's duplicate it, and here we will add OTP, and the setter function name is set OTP, and initially it will be 0. And let's add one more state variable, duplicate this one, we will add is OTP submitted, and here we will add set is OTP submitted, and initially it will be false. Next we have to add the condition here for these forms, right? So in the first form let's add one condition. Here it is. So just add a space, and we will add curly braces, and here let's add not of is email sent. Whenever the email is not sent, then only this form will be displayed. After that, we will add the AND operator. And here we have to provide this form. So just move this closing curly braces after this first form tag. So move it from here to here like this. Now save the changes and scroll down. Here you can see we have the second form. So in this second form, we will add the condition. So let's add curly braces. We will add not of is OTP submitted. Whenever the OTP is not submitted, then only this form will be displayed. And here we will add the AND operator. And here we will check is email sent. So whenever the email is sent, then only this form will be displayed. So just add the AND operator again, and here we have to provide this form within this curly braces. So let's move this curly braces after this form tag. So remove it from here and paste it after this form tag. Correct. Now we will add the condition for the third form. Here we have the third form tag. So here let's add curly braces. We will add is OTP submitted whenever the OTP is submitted, and is email sent. So whenever the OTP is submitted and email is also sent, then only we will display this third form. So after this AND operator, we have to provide the form. So just remove this curly braces from here and paste it after this third form tag here. That's it. Save the changes and now come back to the web page. Here you can see only one input field, that is email. So user will enter the email ID here and click on this submit button. Then it should send a password reset OTP on their email ID. For that, let's come back, and here we have to create a function that will send the password reset OTP. So scroll up, and to make the API call, first we need the backend URL. So we will add const, and here we will add curly braces backend URL, and we will get this backend URL from context file. So just add use context and app context. Right now we have the backend URL so that we can make the API call. In this API request, we will send the cookies also. So here let's add axios dot defaults dot with credentials, and it will be true. Correct. Now scroll down, and here before this return, let's add one function. So just add const, and the function name is on submit email. So it will submit the email input field, right? So just add asynchronous addo function, and in this one we will get the event, and using this event we will prevent the default feature, that is e.prevent default. After that we will add the try catch block, and in that one we will make the API call. So in this try block, let's add const data equal to await axios dot post method, and in this one we have to make the API call to the send reset OTP API endpoint. So just add the backend URL and add the remaining path, that is /API/auth/send reset OTP. And on this request, we have to send the user's email. So we will add this email state. That's it. Now we will get some response. So here we will check data.success. If the data.success is true, then we will display a toast notification. So just add toast dot success, and the message will be data dot message that we are getting from the response. And if it is false, it means the data dot success is false, then we will display one error message in toast notification. So just add toast dot error and provide data dot message. Correct. Now we'll add data dot success. If it is true, then we will add the AND operator, and then the next statement will be executed. So here we will set each email sent true. You can see we have added it here, is email sent, right? So whenever the email is sent, then we will make it true. So use this setter function here, and in this one provide true. And if any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So we will add toast dot error and provide error dot message. That's it. So now we have created the function that will handle the email form. So here we have this email submit form. So in this one we will add on click and provide the function. So let's add function name on submit email. Now just come back, and here you can see we have this input field. If I click here, it says email is required. So let me just come back, and we have added on click. So instead of this, we will add on submit. Correct this one. Now just come back and open the web page. And now if I type the email here, we will add and click on submit button. Now you can see the message OTP sent on your email, right? And here it is displaying this input field to enter the OTP. And if I come back to the email ID, here we have received a new email, password reset OTP. So you can see this is the OTP that we can use to change our password. After that, we have to add the functionality for this field, right? So just come back, and here we have this next form, that is OTP input form. So in this one also we have to add one handler function. So just create that handler function here. Let's add const on submit OTP. It means when we are submitting the OTP, we will add the asynchronous arrow function. We will get the event, and here also we will add this event dot prevent default. Then we will add const, and we will create the array of the OTP that is entered in different input fields. So we will add OTP array, and we will add input refs dot current dot map that we have already used in the previous page. So just add event and event dot value, right? And after that we have to join all these elements from this array. So just add set OTP, and in this one just provide this OTP array dot join and provide the empty string. After we store the OTP on the state variable, we have to set this set each OTP submitted, and we will set it true, right? Next we have to link this function. So let's scroll down. In this second form, that is OTP input form, we will add on submit and provide this function on submit OTP. Correct. Next we have to add the handler function for this third form. So for this one, let's scroll up, and here after this one, let's create another function. So just add const, and the function name is onSubmitNewPassword equal to asynchronous arrow function. We will get the event, and here also we will add e.preventDefault. So here we are getting the new password, and we have to send this new password on our password reset API. So we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block we will add const data equal to await axios dot post method, and then we have to provide the API endpoint. So just add the backend URL and provide the remaining path. It is API/auth/reset password. On this reset password, we have to provide three things, that is email, OTP, and the new password. So just provide this object and provide email, OTP, and new password. That's it. So now we will get some response. So here we will check data.success. If it is true, then we will display a success notification. So just add toast.success data.message, and if we get any error, then we will display one error message in notification. So just add toast.error data.message, and suppose this data.success is true, it means the password has been reset. So the user should be redirected to login page. So here let's add data.success and operator, and then navigate, and we will navigate the user on login page. So just provide the path login. Suppose any error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here just add toast.error, and the error will be error.message. That's it. Next we have to link this on submit new password with the form. So here we have this form tag. So in this one we will add on submit and provide this function on submit new password. That's it. Save the changes, and now just come back to the web page, and here we will enter the OTP that we have received on our email. So let's copy the OTP from email, paste it here, click on submit button. Now it is asking to provide a new password. So let me add a new password here, click on submit button. Now you can see the message, password has been reset successfully, and we are redirected to login page. Let's click on this login here, and we can now log in with the new password. So let me try that. Now if I enter the old password, click on login button, you can see invalid password, right? And if I enter the new password, now we are successfully logged in. So finally we have created the complete authentication using MERN Stack. We have added the login, registration, logout, and account verification and password reset features. After that we have to add some email templates. Right now you can see we are receiving the OTP like this in a text format. So we can also send the emails in a template. For that, let's come back. Let's open VS Code, and we have to close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now open this sidebar, and let's open this server folder, that is our backend. In this server folder, you can see here we have this config folder, and in this config folder we will create a new file called emailtemplates.js. So we have created email templates.js file, and in this one we have to create the template and export that template. So let's add export const and write the name email verify template, and here in backticks we have to add the HTML code of any template. We have to use this backticks, right? And in this one we can add the complete HTML code of email template. So to get the email template, just open web browser and search for HTML email template. Open this website, or you can use any other website also. So just come to this website and scroll down. Here you can see we have lots of email template. Here we can filter the template using this type. So in this type, let me select password reset. So now we have 3 templates for this password reset. Let me open the first one, click on this edit button. So you will see this template like this, and you can edit this template visually. And after editing this template, just click on this icon. So it will display the code file of this email template. So you will see this type of HTML code. And after that, just copy this HTML code and paste it here. Within this backticks, you can paste like this, right? So I'm not going to use this template because I have already created a beautiful template, and that is very simple. So I will use my own template. I will provide my email template code in the assets file that you will download from this video description. So just copy that code and paste it here. So in this one, you can see here we have added email verify template, and this is the HTML code for email verify template, right? And if I scroll down, here we have added one more template, that is password reset template. And here we have the HTML code for password reset template, and we have exported it so that we can use it in any other file. Now in this one, you can see here we have added this one, curly braces email, so that we can replace this with our user's email. And let's scroll down, and here you can see we have added this curly braces and OTP, so that we can replace it with actual 6-digit OTP. In this one also, we have added this email and this OTP. So we will replace this email and OTP with our actual value, right? So just save the changes, and now just open this controller folder and open auth controller.js file. And in this one, first we have to import both templates. So scroll up, and here we will import the template first. So let's add import, and we will add curly braces email verify template, comma, password reset template, and we will import it from config folder email templates.js file. So after importing it, we can use it in our email function. After importing this email templates, just copy the first one, email verify template, just scroll down. This is register function, this one is login function, then this logout function, and after that we have send verify OTP, and in this one we have this mail option, right? So here we have added this text. So after this text, let's add comma, and here we will add HTML colon, and in this HTML we will add email verify template. So it will send the HTML template in the email, and we can comment this one. And in this one we have added the email and OTP, so we have to replace that with actual OTP and email. So let's add dot replace, and here we will add double quote, then double curly braces, and here we will provide OTP, and we have to replace this OTP with actual OTP that we are sending. Again add replace, and we have to replace the email also, so just add double quote, double curly braces, email, and replace it with user's email, so just add user.email like this. So this is email verified template, and we are sending it in HTML. Save the changes, and after that let's see the second function, that is send reset OTP. So in this one also we are sending one email, so just add comma, and here we will add HTML, and let me comment this, and in this HTML we will add the template. So we will add password reset template dot replace, and again provide the same thing. So in this one we have provided password reset template, replace OTP with OTP, replace email with user email. That's it. Now save the changes and let's try to reset the password again. Come back to the website and click on logout. Now click on login button, and here we will click on forgot password, and here let's add the email ID. Click on submit button, says user not found. Let me correct the email ID. Now it will send one OTP with template. So let's come back to the Gmail account. Here we have received one reset password OTP. Open this one. Now you can see we have received the OTP in this template, right? Forgot your password, this is the email ID, and here we have the OTP. Now just copy this and paste it here. Click on submit and provide the new password. So we have reset the password. Now let me log in again and provide the email ID. Now we are able to log in with new password. Here you can see we have logout option, but we don't have the verification option because account is already verified. So let me change it as unverified. So refresh this database. So here it is true. Click on edit and make it false. Click on update. Refresh this web page. Now we have verify email, right? If I click here, it will send a verification OTP. Now if I open the email ID, so here we have received account verification OTP. Open this one and you can see verify your email. This is the email ID and this is the OTP. So again we have received a account verification email with this email template, right? Now if I enter this OTP here and click on this verify email, so now the email has been verified and we are redirected to home page, and here we have only logout option. So finally we have completed our full stack authentication project using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. We have also added the email verification and password reset functionality in this project. So I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.